next problem. Jah, show me the way. It will all be over someday. I wish this all was a dream. I guess not, I'll take one for the team. Yeah. From the ground I shall rise. Quicksand. The more I move, the more I fall behind. Quicksand. There's no making up for this time. Quicksand. The more I move, the more I fall behind. And I'll say, hey, wow.
Ya uli di sombranzelten meg et zu te saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia gumugubugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi.
Chamoru Politanosa Kantai Matuno Nyagitoru Iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpara Paraiona Parai Gloria Abiba Isla Senpara Toru I tempo I pas Paraita Zangini Lanina benediction Contra biligu Nafan sofuam
Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Salas.
It's a beautiful morning. Happy Thursday.
Right on.
Talk about Thursday, must-see TV. This is it.
This is it right here. KUAM TV, good morning. Guys are looking sharp this morning.
And it is a good morning because
Oh, yeah?
I just got a new book,
Oh.
Cloud Native Patterns. Boing. I'm a happy man.
What kind of book is that, Jay? Is that like a computer?
Next level nerd. I mean,
Wow.
yeah.
Right on.
I'm
That's
at
the
home.
cloud, like the cloud.
The cloud.
Right.
The cloud.
How does that... So you put your pictures up in the cloud and they're just floating around here? Like, am I touching them now?
Technically, you could.
Right. Okay.
With Wi-Fi, yeah.
Right.
That's a
That's
very good analogy, actually.
that's Jason Salas. Ladies and gentlemen,
Good morning. Good to see you guys. Happy Thursday.
he is one of the last few people on Guam who still reads books. The hardcover kind.
We keep saying this, but one day closer to Easter Sunday.
That's it, Jay. 6:17.
Do you do Easter baskets for your kids, or do you do any Easter traditions?
I'm not a good Easter basket guy.
Right.
It's Thursday, March 25th, but my youngest, who's going to face, they did do like an Easter thing at their school. Because,
Nice.
next week is Holy Week.
And she's up at DL Paris.
Right, yeah.
DL Paris
so,
Elementary School.
yeah, the Nana just sent me pictures of her with the Easter basket. And the.
Oh,
There's like 2 other kids that are going to school because, the social distancing or whatever.
okay.
yeah.
When you were doing Easter egg hunts as a kid, have you ever accidentally found the egg that wasn't exactly part of the colored eggs that
The
your aunties
Chataguero?
had? My cousin did that once, and
Right.
and he's like everybody, I found the black egg, and we're
Yeah.
like, what?
That's what you call the rotten egg.
Yeah, that was not good.
Mike, were you there when we went golfing that one time and I hit that egg? Well, it was an egg. It wasn't the golf ball. Do you remember that?
You hit the rotten egg.
Yeah, I
Oh,
did. It was terrible. I couldn't believe it.
Aye.
So wait. So Mike is an avid golfer. Mike, when you're keeping score, do you consider that
wasn't
part of your
paying
handicap
attention.
when you hit the Chataguero?
No.
No. Well, I guess you could get a mulligan for that. You could get a do-over.
Is that what a mulligan is?
It's a mulligan.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
not these guys. These guys are.
This is what I know
competitive.
about golf. I worked on the golf course cutting grass and for like 10 years. That was my career before this.
What,
so.
you did it for that long?
Yeah.
Wow. That's an amazing
I could have
job,
been
bro.
something, guys. Could have been a foreman.
But do you golf? I mean, have you ever golfed?
I did one time. I borrowed one of my boss's clubs.
Mm-hmm.
First shot off the tees. I went to go swing the driver to hit the ball, and I swung and I let it go, and it flew off into the Sakati. Yeah.
Wow.
I feel a link on location golf. Like,
Right?
mini-
We go with Melker.
Yeah.
Melker seems like he would be a good person to go with.
I went with him.
Yeah.
He showed
Did you
me
smoke
how to golf.
marijuana?
No, I didn't.
Melker
But I did-
Manabusen.
Because
Actually,
Melker
not bad.
smokes marijuana, guys, just so you know.
Shout out to Melker. Speaking of avid golfers, he loves being out on the
Yeah,
field.
avid doesn't mean good, though, guys.
And his daughter's really good.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, link
Wait,
on
is-
location, I'm down.
Has Brock ever talked about maybe golfing? Because his dad golfs.
No.
I think the
he's-
coolest
he's,
thing about golfing is
jiu-jitsu.
the outfits, right? You're a
Yes.
little like, I mean, it's like you wear like a pink polo with your little like Nike little hat and your little like, little like gloves.
I mean, I've always seen. I mean, I played golf for like a few years and everything like that. I've always, you know who's the best golfer out of all?
Oh,
of
who,
us?
Jay? Who?
Well, okay, well, at least
Okay,
from
right.
the reporters.
Because the guys go golfing a lot. Like the guys in the back, like Mike V is actually he's one of our hidden pros.
I mean, look at those biceps. How could you not hit 400 yards with?
You
those
spend a
things?
lot of time looking at those biceps. I mean, it's
Well, you
cool.
got that, okay.
I mean, they are quite impressive. I must admit.
Yeah,
But-
why not? Can we get a bicep cam, Mike?
Selfie cam, please, Mike.
Anyway, so yeah,
but
I
as
guess
far-
we're
as
gonna
far as
go
the
golfing
reporters-
sometime.
As far as the reporters, Nestor is
Oh, of course.
next
yeah.
level.
Of course. Anybody who
Yeah.
covers business has to be a good golfer.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to get out there and be like, right. See you on the back nine. Right on.
But you know what is funny is because I produce Info Zoom, and when we're doing
What
this,
a drive. Oh, man.
every
boy.
time we're setting up for one of Nestor's Zoom based interviews and everything,
Right.
he always, and like he's got such an extensive network of friends, and like the episode of Info Zoom that's coming up, he interviewed Leonard Ka'ai from Black Construction.
Mm-hmm.
And Leonard was like, hey, Nestor, how you doing today? How's your golf game? And Nestor was like, oh, man, this quarantine.
Yeah.
The show is brought to you by East West Rental. Sorry, I was sending an email. East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier for all my aircon babies. It is Thursday, March 25th, Holy Thursday, and here's what's coming up on the show. We're getting
Today's Holy Thursday?
any Thursday, and Lent is holy.
Oh.
Dave Della Sola, labor director, is coming on. There was a bunch of stuff that was going on, including more people getting caught for fraudulently applying for and receiving the PUA and the FPUC benefits. So we'll catch up with him on that. There was a bunch of stuff with the PUA and the FPUC. There was a waiver that came out. There's also that they had made a determination that the certain parts of the PUA were non-taxable. So he's just got a bunch of info to get out here for us. And then Thursday, remember every Thursday until I think like May, we're getting the GCC culinary students on board and on the show to promote what they're doing there with their culinary program. Is they've restarted their lunchtime buffets where you can get, it's international, so every week is a different theme. Last week was Korean. It was awesome. Week before was Hawaiian.
Mm-hmm.
This week is Japanese.
Ooh.
Right? And so, yeah, they cook up these buffets with the students at the Culinary Academy. And you know what's cool about this is a lot of the students there, either they already work in F&B or the hotel industry, or that's where they're going after they complete this program. So always want to give support to them. And it's a great meal for $10. Okay, they do lunch, dinner. We'll get you all the details.
And you know what was really cool? We interviewed like one of the student chefs, like what you did like last week. And you just said, like, what does it mean to you to, like food on Guam is social currency, right?
Yeah.
And he said, he's like, hey man, I'm a proud Guamanian. I've been cooking since I was 3 years old and everything like that.
Right.
This is my calling. And he goes, I have to make it Pika because I have to represent my family.
There you go. So that's happening. Also, we're getting Juan Carlos Benitez, Republican Party chair, and Sarah Thomas Nutty Dog, Democrat Party chair. 8 o'clock, former Governor Carl, who is the president and CEO of GVB and also the czar of permitting. Dun, dun, dun.
He gave some remarks at yesterday's tourism town hall forum.
He did.
For
right.
GHRA.
Yeah, so we'll catch up with him. And then disconnections are starting. Disco, that's what they call it if you work in the utilities. The discos are going to be rolling out June 1st. So we're going to get John Beneventi on. And then Public Health, they're doing their outreach vaccination clinic. Find out more about that. All coming up here on the link. It's Thursday, March 25th, 2021. Now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
How about everybody? The Guam Medical and Public Health Services Action Plan Task Force has been launched. A virtual meeting was held by Chairwoman GMH Administrator Lillian Posadas on Wednesday. The task force consists of the governor, members of the Guam Legislature, the Hospital Board of Trustees, and representatives from health, finance, construction, and government sectors. The group's goal is to build a regional medical and public health center to bring our island's health care into the 21st century. The inaugural meeting focused on organizing activities, establishing subcommittees, and bringing the team up to speed on the work that has been done. Posadas discussed GMH's experiences during the pandemic's peak, including limited resources such as storage space for safety equipment. Guam's only public hospital also had to suspend outpatient services and elective surgeries for a brief period, resulting in an estimated $10 million in financial losses. As a report of the governor's committed $300 million for a new hospital out of the $600+ million we are expected to receive from the American Rescue Plan. According to an Army Corps of Engineers assessment, a new hospital would cost roughly $743 million. Republican Senators Frank Blas Jr. and Tony Atta have introduced legislation that would restrict new hires that are non-essential and freezes all pay raises while Guam is in a state of emergency. While thousands remain furloughed or laid off and government coffers are expected to decline this fiscal year, Senator Atta comments the administration should be focused on prioritizing all government, financial, and human resources to fight this virus and get businesses open and people back to work. Senator Bloss adds that we don't rebuild an economy by incurring non-essential expenses at a time our government is relying on handouts from the federal government to operate. Quote, we rebuild our economy, our community, and our island by being frugal and avoiding unnecessary expenses and hiring. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Confident good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Congressman Michael St. Nicholas is on island cramming in as many meetings as possible before he has to head out on Sunday. We caught up with the congressman to talk about his plans while on island and the recent controversy in the nation's capital regarding cookies he delivered to Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
So good to be home. The weather is so beautiful. The sky is so beautiful. I mean, it's like coming into a dream.
Happy to be home and happy to see the significant strides the island has made in vaccination efforts. Congressman Michael St. Nicholas says the recently announced 16-year-old threshold for the community to join the vaccination is a new milestone, and he is applauding Adelup.
I think the administration is doing a phenomenal job getting the vaccines out. We're doing better than most of the country, and that's going to be step number one for us to be able to get ourselves as open as quickly as possible, to be able to reassure our visitors that Guam is a safe destination. And so that's an awesome job on behalf of our governor so far. But they are rolling out vaccines across the country as well. They have larger population densities and a lot more logistical challenges, but based on what we've been able to do here on Guam and how we've been able to increase the age ranges, it's just phenomenal work all around from the administration all the way to the people of Guam.
Our delegate is hopeful we can continue this trend in order to maintain Guam as a safe destination for reopening tourism. He is also hopeful that as the time nears to start rolling out the $661 million in federal assistance, that everyone will have a seat at the table for deliberations.
I think that, with that large sum, it's important for our leaders to collaborate. Our local legislature, our local governor, and even our congressional office will be more than interested in sitting down at the table and really throwing ideas back and forth.
KUAM asked the congressman what he believes should be prioritized moving forward. As he explains, the focus should be on long-term results and outcomes for the people of Guam.
With the EITC also being resolved and with that $660 million also being available, we have some real transformative opportunities. I really think that we need to focus on making sure that the tax refunds that we've been behind on for so many years actually become something that we're able to pay out much, much faster. I think that's something we can absolutely achieve. And the governor's proposals for a new hospital is definitely shared by the community.
Another viewpoint the congressman believes is shared by the community is the understanding of his goodwill gesture to present Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene with Chamorro chip cookies while accompanied by the National Guam Guard. This gesture was in response to Greene's public mischaracterization of Guam as a foreign country undeserving of federal aid. As we've reported, Greene was not at her office at the time of the delivery, and she never responded to St. Nicholas. However, she did reach out to the Defense Secretary-in-Chief of the National Guard to complain about what she stated as a misuse of troops to ambush her office unannounced.
We are intentionally not seeking to continue to make that become a hot-button issue. The people of Guam, I think, made it very, very clear what our intentions are, and they're all good intentions, and so we're hoping that the goodness of those intentions is what's going to shine through in the Congress, and so far that's what it's looking like right now.
The Guam legislature plans to file a brief in the Supreme Court as the governor seeks a declaratory judgment relating to her powers to quarantine and isolate individuals during a public health emergency.
It was in December the governor petitioned the Supreme Court to issue a declaratory judgment.
She was originally asking, for a determination as to whether the courts couldn't, interfere with her quarantine powers under the Organic Act.
But last week, the governor took it a step further.
Now, in one of her reply briefs, she stated that the two sections of the health emergency law are inorganic.
In 2003, the Emergency Health Powers Act was signed into law by the governor at the time, Carl Gutierrez. The bill was authored by then Senator and also now a former governor, Eddie Baza-Calvo. According to Speaker Therese Terlahi, Governor Lulian Guerrero is now taking specific issue with two provisions in the local law.
And those are the isolation and quarantine sections, the sections that lay out all the details of how, you have a right to go to court, you have a right to, argue that you should be let out of quarantine.
As we've been reporting, there have been cases after cases heard in Superior Court challenging the order for all incoming travelers to be subject to quarantine in the government quarantine facility, with the majority of the court's rulings in favor of petitioners. In the governor's filing, she takes issue with the rulings and the court's ignoring of CDC guidelines in the application of quarantine, citing as examples CDC's endorsement of a 14-day quarantine and the power that local public health authorities have in determining and establishing quarantine options in their respective jurisdictions. According to Speaker Terlahi, the Supreme Court invited the legislature to provide a brief now that their powers have also been called into question.
The question is, does the legislature have a power to enact these laws regarding quarantine, or is it the governor's quarantine powers under the Organic Act, blanket, sole power?
According to the Organic Act, it states, quote, subject to the laws of Guam, the governor shall establish, maintain, and operate public health services in Guam, including hospitals, dispensaries, and quarantine stations at such places in Guam as may be necessary, and he shall promulgate quarantine and sanitary regulations for the protection of Guam against the importation and spread of disease.
On first glance, the Organic Act says subject to the laws of Guam. So, like with many things in healthcare and other parts of the government, while the governor has great powers, she is still subject to the laws of Guam. And so that's what this case is going to be about, is whether these statutes outlining the process are inorganic or not.
A status hearing before the Supreme Court on the governor's request for declaratory judgment is now scheduled for April 23rd.
With a moratorium on utility disconnections now lifted, GPA and GWA have announced that effective June 1st, they will start cutting off service for non-payment of bills. GPA General Manager John Beneventi briefed the Consolidated Commission on Utilities on the plan Tuesday night. He says some 3,400 customers, or 7%, are delinquent. The past due billings amount to about $5.4 million, with about 4.6 more than 30 days old. To help out customers, GPA will automatically enroll them in a plan that spreads out the payments.
Even if we say on June 1st we're going to collect $2,000, it's not going to happen. It's a plan for failure in our thoughts. So what we want to do is just take all of everyone's what they owe, divide it by 12, so then the next month's bill, they pay the current bill plus that 1/12, no? So that, and that gives you some good average numbers that I think could be affordable or at least manageable.
The utility companies also pledged to support local and federal programs that can provide assistance to ratepayers with their past due bills. With regional headlines, here's KSPN 2 News.
Half a day Guam, here are the headlines for CNMI.
About 20 firefighters appeared before members of the House of Representatives on Friday, voicing out concerns on the COVID-19 vaccine. Sean De Los Reyes Kaipet spoke on their behalf.
We believe that it's still in its clinical stage, and we're not ready to take it until it has been approved by the FDA. We do not know what will happen within 5, 10 years from now. We've been going through this. Of course, we're medical professionals also within our field, pre-hospital setting. We all know about drugs and or medications and what it does to our patients.
Kaipet explained further that no one in their department has contracted the virus despite being very exposed to those with it or even those who show symptoms. So why should they still take it?
Why do we need to get it when some of us opt out, yet we can still contract it, right? You get the vaccine, you contract it. You can still spread it. You don't get it, same thing. So we're really hurting here. Our families really support us. Our patients support us. Their family members support us. How much more will it take till our voices are heard? It's like people are just saying, oh, thank you for doing your job, but then when it comes to us voicing our concerns, we're unappreciated.
Back in February, a directive from Governor Torres mandated all employees of the executive branch of the Sinamay government to receive the COVID-19 vaccination. The purpose stated in the memorandum was to safeguard the health and well-being of the entire community from the risk associated with COVID-19.
Each of us have our own duty and obligation, fiduciary duty. With the first responders, this again is an advice and consent from our Attorney General on what the governor's executive order has. This is not to punish anyone by any means. They are our first responders. They are there to protect us. We have vaccines available. It's only right that they do participate and to protect our community.
The administration provided medical and religious exemption accommodations for employees who cannot take the COVID-19 vaccine. It was stated also in the memorandum that if no reasonable accommodation is possible, the agency may exclude the employee from the workplace, which ultimately meant termination.
If you have medical issues, that's absolutely get a doctor's note that you will not be taking vaccine for medical reasons or a religious reason. But to arbitrarily say, I don't want to take it, is contrary to what the Attorney General's recommendation and the ability to be terminated.
The 23 firefighters have created an online petition seeking community support to allow them to express their right to choose without threat of termination. They will, however, continue to follow all strict protocols that will ensure the safety of our community by wearing proper PPEs and other safety measures. Reporting for KSPN News, I'm Sally Lemis.
For more news, visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2 News, I'm Ashley McDowell.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
President Biden has approved a waiver for Guam of the 25% matching fund requirement for the Lost Wages Assistance Program. This will save Guam more than $11 million. The Guam Department of Labor has paid out nearly $35 million under the LWA, which provides unemployment claimants with an additional $300 per week for up to 6 weeks. GDOL launched the program in November, but said at the time that there was a risk that Guam might have to come up with the 25% match. The Republican Party of Guam is mourning the passing of its National Committee woman, Margaret McDonald Glover Metcalf. Metcalf was a businesswoman, wife, and mother, and affectionately known as Auntie Puddin. She also served as the director of the Washington office of the governor of Guam in former Governor Eddie Bazacalvo's administration. A Republican Party of Guam release states, quote, in her time in Washington, D.C., she led many initiatives that improved the lives of all of Guam's people, but especially the most vulnerable, the veterans, the war survivors, the youth, and our precious Manumco. We extend our sincerest condolences to her husband, Chris, and their 2 sons and families. Our island lost a staunch fighter and advocate. She will be deeply missed. Authorities say the shooter in the Boulder grocery store killings used a newly purchased AR-15 to kill 10 people, including a police officer. That has renewed calls for tougher gun laws in America. But as Natalie Brand reports, there is once again stiff opposition to any new gun control laws.
Vice President Kamala Harris stepped up calls by the White House for new gun safety laws during an interview with CBS This Morning.
This is not about getting rid of the Second Amendment. It's simply about saying we need reasonable gun safety laws. There is no reason why we have assault weapons on the streets of a civil society. They are weapons of war. They are designed to kill a lot of people quickly.
Tuesday, President Biden urged Congress to pass a new ban on assault weapons and to immediately take up measures already passed in the House. One would close the Charleston loophole, which allows the sale of a firearm to proceed if a background check is not completed within 3 days. The other would require background checks on nearly all gun purchases, including those involving private sellers.
I have committed to put legislation to expand background checks on the floor of the Senate. We will debate it. We will vote on it.
Vice President Harris would not rule out the possibility of President Biden using executive action to enact new gun measures, but said it's not his first choice.
I don't think the president is excluding that, but I want to be clear that if we really want something that is going to be lasting, we need to pass legislation.
Under current Senate rules, gun laws would need at least 60 votes to pass, which means winning Republican support.
Their target is on the law-abiding citizens. What actually works is targeting the bad guys.
Not every Senate Democrat is on board with the House-passed bills. West Virginia's Joe Manchin says he opposes requiring private sellers to perform background checks before selling their guns. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
3 people tested positive for COVID out of 469 tests performed Tuesday, according to the Joint Information Center. 2 of the new cases reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. Just 1 person is hospitalized with the virus. To date, there have been a total of 7,789 officially reported cases of COVID-19 since March of 2020. There have been 134 deaths, 22 cases are active, and more than 7,600 recoveries. Today's CAR score remains at 0.1. So far, 473 doses of the vaccine have been administered, with 42,562 people having their first dose and 30,911 individuals are fully vaccinated. Independent Guam will be holding its virtual General Assembly on Facebook Live today, starting at 5 p.m. The topic will be Fino Chamorro Karahaani, Successful Chamorro Language Immersion Models, and features panelists Angelana Sablon, the president of the Chief Harao Academy, and Fauna Sanz, who is a kindergarten Chamorro immersion teacher. Independent Guam will also honor Anne Marie Arceo of Sina Guinifi, the founder of Chief Harao Academy, for her decades of work around promoting and revitalizing the Chamorro language. Again, that's 5 p.m. on Facebook Live on Independent Guam's Facebook page. And finally, today marks week 3 of GCC's Culinary Takeout, and this week students are featuring their most popular theme, Japanese cuisine. As in the past, the GCC class has a delicious menu prepared for both the lunch and dinner services. Each takeout order will include a set meal, dessert, and bottled water. Event times: lunch takeout is at 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and dinner takeout is 4 to 5:30 at the multi-purpose auditorium that is building 4,000. No pre-orders will be accepted. That's your news for now. Stay tuned for more on The Link after the break.
Catch the bar.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform, giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina, visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily Women Driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Right now, mga mapodang iro necesitam the end of the day. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, at the end of the end of the day. Na 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 no.
Hey, good morning to our viewers joining us on Facebook Live.
Okay, number one question, Chris, speaking of Facebook Live. Our guy, Chris Agigi, down at the port, among other people, was saying, where is Joser? Mike is getting a lot of good morning greetings, so happy day, Mike. But everyone's like, where's Joser at? Is he okay?
Joser is okay.
Yeah. He's actually in the back working on something else. He's a man of many talents. But
Right.
Joser is here and he sends his best. And
So if we could start saying good morning to Mike V. Tautauipan. That'd be cool. So
well, originally from Dedido though, right?
Joser is we had to bring Mike on and get Mike trained because Joser hasn't taken leave for the whole entire pandemic.
Yeah.
And now he's going to take leave, spend time with his family.
Probably come up with some crazy like mix. Have you ever heard like Joser's mixes? Yeah. Like his 80s mixes, really, really good stuff. Like his
DJ Joser.
Yeah.
Brum, brum.
Like he can like really put together like the freestyle stuff.
Yeah, he's a video DJ too, so he normally DJs over at the Globe. Hey, but good morning, Chris Agagi, Port Strong.
Port Strong.
Roberto Fragassini, Buongiorno Guam. Good morning, Mr. Fragassini. Watson Nanpei, beautiful. Good morning, Guam. Ruth Pablo Gagnon, Hafide Guam, USA. Naomi Titano, good morning on you. Good morning, Guam.
I got a good morning shout out all the way from about maybe 5 miles up the street here. Good morning, y'all. Sending good vibes from Jigo, coming from Brennan Fausto.
Good morning, y'all. F. Glenn, our good friend. KUAM, good morning. The Link, Joser, Sabrina, Chris, Jason, everyone working. BTS, John Bucat in Alahan, checking in. He writes, good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Joser from beautiful Inarahan.
Okay, Glenn has not posted recently about snakes. Which
And then Glenn just put Hoffaday Mike V. He says hi. Okay.
He's so shy now.
I
He's
know.
like the most talkative guy.
No, that's how it is. The guys behind the camera, they never want to be in front of it.
Man. No, Glenn has not posted about snakes in a while, which I guess is a good thing.
Yeah, it is. How's the snakes over there, Glenn? Let us know. If you guys see in our comments, F. Glenn Lujan, he's definitely one of our top fans. If you go on his Facebook, he catches a snake over there, like where he stays, like every 5 minutes, which is pretty crazy. Hey, it's 6:51. Coming up on the show, Dave Delasole just messaged me, Jay, that he's having computer problems. He's trying to fix it. So he's coming on for our DOL PUA FPUC update. Also, 7:15, the GCC culinary program is coming in. They're doing Japanese this week. So if you want to grab lunch, that's $10. It's over at the GCC Multipurpose Auditorium.
Wait, have we even got a sneak peek of what the menu will be, though? Because
It's Japanese.
Yeah, but the cuisine of Japan, I mean,
That's tough.
Yeah.
Where do you go? Definitely you'd want to try and get some sushi in there, right? Because that's like when you think Japanese, sushi. But then you got like the yakisobas, the
Kobe beef, perhaps?
the ramen, the Kobe beef. That might be a little out of their budget.
Yeah.
So it just there's so many things. So that's part of the whole process is they kind of brainstorm on the menu.
You know, I got into
what's feasible.
I got into Japanese cuisine a little later in life, maybe when I was in my teens, because my late Uncle Dave started dating my Auntie Judy, who grew up in like in Hawaii, and so Japanese cooking is big part of her life.
Right.
Shout out to Auntie Judy, by the way, and the ladies, the pink ladies over at the GMH Volunteers Association. Love you, Auntie Judy. So she would make she would hand roll sushi, and she would make like stuff, and for me it was a little bit of a shift because I'm used to like that American ethos of, like more is better. Why have an 8-ounce steak when you can have a 12-ounce steak? And,
right.
With the Japanese cuisine, like you're eating with your eyes, and it's almost like, the presentation is a lot different and everything like that. And it really gave me a chance to really learn about the different style of food preparation. And I mean, you just look at like most prepared Japanese meals, and it's like, it's a thing of beauty.
Yeah, there's definitely an artsy component to it. I've been into Japanese cuisine, Jay, since I was born because we use soy sauce here. It's the Japanese influence, obviously, because of the occupation during World War II. There's a lot of Japanese influence in our cooking. So, but yeah, I'm excited about that GCC culinary. They get a bunch of the students on. It's always good.
Okay, how is your chopstick game? How is your hashi?
My chopstick game, is that what it's called?
Yeah, hashi. My mic?
I feel like my chopstick game, I learned how to use the chopsticks my way. So I don't know how the real way is to use it, but I use it the way I use it, and it works for me.
What is
I don't know. I don't even know how do you hold it?
Sabrina, I've tried to teach her so many times over the years, and I'm saying this because she's no longer in the building.
Yeah.
She's dropping Brock at school. Drive safe, Bree. But every time we've gotten Japanese or something like that, and she's like, "Yeah, can I get a fork?" And I was like, just try the chopsticks thing again. You can get it this time. But yeah, it took me a little while to get it.
So you got it now.
Yeah.
All right, everybody.
I do have a funny story about Japanese cuisine.
Please share your funny story with us, Jay.
Because you love rice so much, have you ever made the mistake? And this is...
Why did you got to attack me with the rice? Did you guys hear that? He's like, because you love rice so much.
It is a big, big no-no.
I'm currently on a rice cleanse, Jay. FYI.
But it is a big faux pas in Japanese culture and the reason I brought up the chopsticks, right, is to basically take the chopsticks and put them upright in food. or like anything. And I made the mistake. I remember hearing that when I was young, and then my friend, when I was going to UOG, my friend Leslie, who is half Japanese, she goes, "Oh, like my mom is cooking, so come over to the house." And I did that, and I was eating. I was like, "It's so good." And me just being a moron, I was like, and she's like, "Oh, Jason, how's your food and everything?" And I took the chopsticks and planted it in the rice, and I was like, "Oh, this is," and I was trying to be so appreciative and so express my gratitude, and I was like, "Oh, thank you so much." And she was like, No, and my friend was like, "Yeah, you can't do that because it symbolizes a gravestone, right?"
I don't know. It's your story.
It's very offensive, but
it's like someone's gonna die.
The incense on the
right.
grave.
Oh, the incense on the grave. Okay.
Okay.
So says Mike, but but I did that stupid. And okay, I'm gaijin, right? I'm the dumb. I'm the dumb guy.
gaijin.
Yeah. You know how I actually learned the word gaijin? Remember when we were reading like X-Men comics as little kids, and remember Wolverine's wife was Japanese?
Yeah.
That's how I learned what gaijin meant.
Yeah, gaijin means
basically haole.
It's like foreigner.
Is it foreigner or specifically haole?
It's foreigner.
Anybody who's foreigner, okay.
Okay.
But I mean, I absolutely love Japanese culture, history, heritage, and everything. It's a beautiful country, a beautiful.
There you go. Thank you.
Culture,
yeah. So
can't wait to see what the GCC.
In case you're wondering why we're talking about Japanese food, it's because they're coming. GCC's doing Japanese cuisine this week.
Yeah.
Also coming up, Republican Party Chair Juan Carlos Benitez as Margaret Metcalf, Pudding, as she was affectionately known. Passed. She was like the national committee woman for the Republican Party, and she was also former Governor Calvo's Washington D.C. liaison.
And she ran. I know she ran one time for
Congress.
congressional delegate.
Right.
I don't believe. Did she run twice? I know she ran once.
I believe it was once. Yeah. And so I put out the ask to Sarah Thomas Nutty Dog, the party chair, just maybe we go in with Juan Carlos a little bit about Margaret, and then kind of because there's been a lot of stuff going on with the Republicans as they had that big shakeup in the leadership at the legislature. But I wanted to talk a second, just real quick, about this FOIA that I sent to the Port Authority of Guam while I have you guys' attention. So anyway, just a little backstory. I remember how there had that oversight hearing, and they were talking about the hiring of Frankie Rosalind, the former DOC corrections officer, who I'm sure you guys know the rest, applied for this program coordinator position, and he was like the top-ranked applicant despite having just pled guilty to official misconduct in 2019. So anyway, he was a top-rated applicant, and then it turned out there was like 20 other applicants for that same position. So I know that the port was recently hiring for the assistant port police chief position. And so, since there was so much scrutiny into this other hiring that they did earlier this year, I figured I'd send a FOIA to the port just to see who applied for the job. Because, I feel like the process was kind of cloudy, so maybe we need to get a little more transparent with it. So anyway, I sent a FOIA to the marketing manager, Bernadette Meno, on March 16th, and it was weird because I didn't get anything back. And so, of course, I went up the chain to the director, and he had said, "Oh, we didn't get the FOIA." And it was kind of funny because it reminded me of that. There was the Vigilance Committee had FOIA Jane Flores of the Bureau of Women's Affairs about correspondence between the Bureau of Women's Affairs and the ACLU regarding the abortion lawsuit. And Jane and the governor's office didn't comply at first because they said that the FOIA went into the spam folder and no one saw it. And that's basically the same thing the Port GM, Roy Respicio, had told me. He was like, "Oh, I didn't even see that. It doesn't count." That was like 5 days later that they had sent me that. But the law says that you can send a FOIA to anybody who's responsible for accepting email on behalf of a department, which that's exactly what Bernadette Meno's job is as the marketing director. And so I basically got no response, and now I'm kind of going back and, crafting another email to send another request here. But I just had to say, we talk about transparency all the time, and, in the media, we would love to just get the documents up front without having to, arm wrestle or, jump through these, wording hoops that a lot of times the directors of different agencies try and throw up as a shield to keep from giving you information that definitely should be public. So we'll keep you posted on that. I just really felt, again, like it's very simple. The spirit of the FOIA was I just wanted to know who applied for this deputy assistant port police chief position. And So just to get kind of this runaround from the port, it was just a little troubling. All right, so we'll keep you posted on that. Because again, like I said, I feel like we got to keep eyes on things. If they don't go so well the first time, you definitely want to keep the same things from happening over and over again. So I'll keep you posted on that. It's 7 a.m. We're KUAM FM. I got you Guam on The Breeze. That's the radio side. We're KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We also have Facebook Live. A quick break. And we're getting Dave Delasola, Labor Director, to come on and update us on the PUA and the FPUC right here on the link. Good morning.
Learn more about our...
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series. Morning to our viewers on KUAM TV. Reminding you guys that you can also catch us on Facebook Live. Okay, we're on KUM TV from 6 to 8. Jay?
It's such a good jam.
It is.
Ben Magalahi. I remember I interviewed Ben when he came to the island because he lives in San Diego.
Right, yes.
And he wrote this song about, obviously about
the segment when it was coming back, it was out in San Diego.
Yeah.
Right.
And he did that, and he came back with the segment. And he actually does his gigs at a Pacific Islander club that was owned by the late Junior Seau, the NFL Hall of Famer.
Right.
And
yeah.
Junior reached out to him and said, I know you come around here a lot. Please play at my club.
Really great guy, and the wife, June, very generous. I was out in the States to do a couple shows, and they hosted me at their house. Good, great people, and really just an awesome Chamorro music artist.
Yeah.
At 7:05, we'll go into the KUAM News Zoom room where Dave Della Sola, Labor Director, is standing by with a whole lot of update for us here on the link, which is also brought to you by IT&E, Carrier, and Calvo Enterprises. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Chris. How you doing today?
We're doing.
Good morning, Jason.
We're doing pretty good. Excited for this update. There was just a whole bunch of stuff that's been coming out about DOL, and I know that there were a few. There was an exemption. There was also a tax-free status given to certain parts of the PUA. So I guess we'll just start. Dave, what are some of the key updates that you have to share with the audience?
Well, the big update was yesterday, the night before, the Gov spoke to a FEMA, one of the lead FEMAs for the region, and who was talking with the Biden administration. And the president went ahead and waived the 25% matching fund requirement for the LWA program. That was something that's, is going to save Guam having to pay out anywhere from 9 to 11 million. And it was something that even FEMA expected for us to get. We just didn't get it from Trump before he left. But Biden, he was saying, is so pleased with the progress of Guam, and he was following our vaccine situation, and he was very happy. And he said that he was very happy to sign off for Guam to help us out. And I wanted to thank him and the governor for doing such a good job. And that saves us some money. And we can keep moving it out. We got an extension for the LWA. It's shrinking fast because it was only for a 6-week window of from July 27th till September 5th. So people that are claiming for that period are shrinking. But that was good news. The other good news is that, yes, if you're filing 2020 tax returns, the first $10,200 of PUA or your income is tax exempt. So that's good news. I have a meeting after this with our GSO, which is our system provider for our PUA program. We've probably be about an hour or so long, and we're going to go over the final base changes for the Tier 3, the new Biden American Relief Act PUA program.
Yep.
The last thing that we were trying to fix were the claimants that exhausted their claims in March 13th. So those who have exhausted their 50th weeks, if they file now, they may see the system will accept it, but they may see a disclaimer that says you have exhausted your weeks. And that was the final switch that we were trying to test in our user acceptance testing site. It's a little difficult because the only way you can test it is with a claim that has 50 weeks to it. And that's not, we didn't have anything like that in the testing site. So today we should get an update, and hopefully by this coming Tuesday, which we are planning to batch, everything will be clean and everybody can just file their weeks and move forward. So that's good news. I know we gave a press release on the refusing of work, which, you know, as I've gone out to the community and talked to my business friends, some of them are having challenges getting the people to come back to work. And they're always asking me, so Dave, what options do I have? And of course, we have that email site, refusal of work at dol.guam.gov. If you go to our website, there's an information site there that tells you everything you need to know. But I encourage you to print that press release or that site and give it to your employees so that they know that refusing to work is they have to go to work. And if they refuse to work, then they could be turned off. We can disqualify them from PUA. We need to start going back to work. We need to start rebuilding our island and our business community. PUA is only going to go till September, and then that's going to come faster than you think. So now's the time to go out, get those jobs, get those training, find that new career or find, go back to that work, because don't wait till September when the floodgates open and everybody is going to try to panic and look for work, and there's not going to be money. And I can't stress it enough that now's the time to start planning your recovery and your new steps for work.
Dave, do you have any firm numbers? Because I know it's kind of anecdotal. I was talking to a friend of mine who has a store, and he was saying kind of the same thing, that they couldn't find anybody to work the register because no one wants to work because they're on the PUA. And then so for you guys to put out a release on this, it kind of tells me that it's pretty serious. So do you have any numbers, or maybe if you could go into more detail about what you are hearing?
It's hard to get numbers because a lot of we have two sections. We have the people who are not working that are asking to come back to work, and then you have the people that are working reduced hours. And that was something that came up to me last week when I was talking to a few businessmen, that they like to call in sick once a week so that they can be on reduced hours and file for PUA. And that is a form of fraud, and also something that employers can report. And I'm here to give the money out and to pay everybody, to help everybody, help our island. And I'm also here to help our business community to recover. And we can't recover, we can't get business as usual and get the island up and growing again unless people, it's tough. I mean, they've been on the couch for a while, and they've been getting this money. I mean, this money has gotten probably close to $30,000. We're coming up to our anniversary when the CARES Act was signed at the end of this month. And, $30,000 for just filing every week is something that, of course, you are going to get a part of that segment that's going to have a hard time wanting to go back to work and stop that, slow it down or reduce it. And you got a taste of it in December when they cut the program off, and and they couldn't agree on trying to extend it or not, and people got cut off. And then, I got flooded with calls. I need a job. I need this. I need, and I'm saying, I've been warning people all the time, and I'll continue to warn them. This program will stop eventually. And I'm doing the best that I can to follow the governor's orders to get this money out and to help everybody. And this is to help everybody. This is to help you pay your food. This is to help you pay your rent, your power bills. And, you know, $30,000 plus is a lot of money, not including stimulus. So I know times are tough, but, you know, roll up your sleeves and let's start to get this island back to where it was. You know, our latest unemployment numbers came out. 19.1% unemployment as of December. That is mind-boggling. And it just shows you that, you know, our tourism-based economy was severely affected. And we need to, you know, we can't just ride this the way we are now. So, you know, I'll just keep paying the people the money, and I'll keep preaching to them that they need to start to get back to work. And Chris, as you know, when September comes, you're going to hear them start to complaining about there's no jobs, you know, and I'll probably go from a hero to most hated because, you know, they want a job from me. And, you know, they walk in and say, I need a job. And, you know, it's just, Hire Guam is a great site. And I'm encouraging employers to post your jobs there. And you know, it's only as good as the users. So if the employers post a lot of jobs, the employees will come in and look for their jobs.
Dave.
So I'm encouraging them to do that.
19.1% unemployment. Is that the highest ever? I want to say that's got to be the highest ever.
I think so. I mean, you know, in the history of, unfortunately, I got a lot of years in there. I can't imagine any stronger unemployment. You know, we even had those little scares between the SARS and the stuff, and that kind of, and Iraq and 9/11 that shook our tourism industry, but it was never like this. And you know, the one thing about Guam, as you know, with the pandemic, we can bounce back very fast. We have that capability. And once we get, you know, our vaccine the way we are doing and the tourism starts to open up, our numbers will shift very quickly. And
let me ask you that, Dave. So we're looking at round 3 of the PUA from the American Rescue Plan. But like you said, I'm pretty sure if we look at who's on it now versus who's on it when it first came out, there's probably been a reduction. Has there been a reduction in the funding for the program with the American Rescue Plan and this third?
No.
No,
there's no talk of funding. All it talks about is our PUA program continues. We'll probably within the next month or within this month, we're starting to put the reports together because we'll probably need one more additional funding request from DOL for to carry us through September. So funding isn't an issue. We just need to keep up with the reports and to keep up with the paying and running a good, clean program so that they will keep funding us.
What about the job search requirement? I remember last time that we had you on, you had said that lifting that moratorium on people having to go look for a job while they're on the PUA may be happening soon. Have you had any further conversation with the governor's office on that?
Not really, because we're just so inundated with getting the Tier 3 up, the new Biden program up and running, that once that's up and running and going well, and I can at least, you know, check that one off the list, we can circle back around and I can start talking to the business community to see if they're ready to get employees and everybody start job searching. And, you know, we need to have the jobs available. So, yeah, it's something that's on my radar. And like I said, once I get the new Biden PUA program up and running well, hopefully we'll get all the kinks worked out by, you know, and up and running this week, and then next week everything will be we'll iron out all the stuff behind closed doors to get it going well.
And what about the next batch of payments? When's that going out?
That's coming out this coming Tuesday.
Okay.
So that's why I was telling everybody that has kind of exhausted, you know, you can file all the way up to Monday and still make that Tuesday batch. So, you know, probably by tomorrow, I'll let everybody know where we're at with our system. And if it's up and running 100%, like I said, new claims that haven't been exhausted, there's no problems. You can still file. It's just those claimants that have exhausted their 50 weeks. And that's a lot more programming challenges to get that lifted and extended.
I wanted to also touch base. I know there was a release that came out of the AG's office. Another guy busted for allegedly fraudulently obtaining PUA. I know that we've asked you this, I mean, every time you come on pretty much about fraud, and you did say that you had forwarded things over to the AG's office, and that also there was federal eyes on this program and the process. So how many more of these can we anticipate?
You know, there's not a lot, but you know, you got to remember we got close to 30,000 claimants, and as it stands now, we've stopped 105,000 fraud hits. So it's ridiculous. And you know, and in the efforts to get this money out as quickly as possible, and you know, you're always going to have a handful of people that are going to get creative, and those who are the most creative, we will, you know, we catch it, and then we will forward it to the authorities and have them decide if it warrants their actions or not. You know, I just hope that this is at least a deterrent,
right?
Because as people start to get comfortable getting money, they start to get comfortable, you know, applying and getting creative. And you know, I hate this part of the job, going after these kind of, you know, people are just getting desperate and they're doing stupid things.
Yeah.
And you know, we've all done stupid things. So I'm just hoping that once they see, usually when they see one or two go out, then that'll stop them and rethink their intentions. And that's really what we're trying to do, is deterrence.
I know you said that you catch a lot of these things, but do you ever get people who come forward and say, hey, you know, man, I kind of screwed up back there applying for this thing and I got some stuff, but can I undo it?
Yeah, we do, especially when the PPPs went out, or they mysteriously forgot to claim income that they got for that week, and they didn't put it in, so they got the full PUA. And you know, they read about this. We're not all about, you know, we're not here to bust you. We're just here to keep the money going out. And so if they call in, they say, hey man, I forgot this, or hey, I'm sorry, we'll fix it. And we're, like I said, I'm not the FBI or the AG's office. We're here to, and you know, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of claimants that are hesitant because I didn't file taxes for this year. I didn't file. Hey, I'm not the IRS. I'm not Revenue Tax. That's between you and them. I'm here to help you survive this pandemic and, you know, get you the money. I'm not here to judge you or anything like that. If you qualify, you meet all the eligibility requirements for the program, then that's on you. And again, you bring up a good topic. This is 2020. You know, if you were on this full program, you got like $25,000 worth of PUA. You have to pay taxes on it. And the good thing is you may not have to pay that much taxes because, you know, half of it almost is tax exempt. So that's a good thing, because that was what I was scared about, is that all those people spent all that money, and then when it's tax time, you have to pay a couple thousand.
Ooh.
They weren't going to do it, or they don't have it. And there's going to be a lot of tax collections or issues, you know, down the road.
Dave, are reduced hours workers eligible for round 3?
Yep.
Okay.
Reduced hours, everything is golden. We're good, and I'm happy to say that fix that came across from the Secretary of Labor, the acting, fixed all our headaches that I was having, and allowed me to sleep better at night.
You're right. Hey, last thing, Dave, because we got GCC and they're bringing food. But we had the Chief Procurement Officer on, Claudia Foggia, it was like a few days ago, and Senator Ada and people were talking about this boat-shaped conference table, and she had, I don't know if she threw you under the bus, but she was like, oh, that was for Department of Labor, because I know you guys had
No, it was when they say boat-shaped, it is a large conference table that is an elongated oval, so that can sit 25 plus people.
Right.
And we use that for our conferences. And we wanted to get something that will also have an afterlife. So as we do training at our AJC, this table will allow, instead of, it looks kind of lousy putting all these plastic tables together and making people sit down and train. So it's a nice wooden table, and I will say, but when you say boat shape, it kind of makes it look like I have a cruise liner, and no, it's just a shape of a long oval table. But it's a large table, and it will accommodate a lot of our needs for training and for doing conferences in our conference room at the American Job Center.
Right. So I guess you're just saying that to stand up this PUA and this FPUG program, obviously you needed to hire on additional staff to handle it, and that meant that you had to give them a place to sit and a place to perform their duties while also, I guess, adhering to social distancing and whatnot?
Yeah, and also remember that all that equipment that we get also comes back to us to be used in our department. So I have a sight of, okay, what will be utilized for this program and what will be useful for our for our American Job Center when we conduct training classes and stuff. And this has a dual life, and we'll get decades of use out of that table. So it was a perfect opportunity to get something that we would normally never be able to afford.
Right on. Dave, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate the update.
Thank you, Chris. It's always a pleasure.
Always. Good luck, my friend, and keep us posted.
I will. Thanks for having me.
That's 7:26. We're going to take just a super quick break, and then we're coming back with the one and only Jason Solis right here on The Link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
GU Self-storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
All right, hop it, and welcome back to The Link, everybody. Thursday morning, and as we do each and every Thursday, we are going to invite the culinary experts over at the Guam Community College's Culinary Academy, spearheaded by the wonderful Chef Paul. Chef, good morning. Hafa-day. Thanks so much for joining us once again.
Hey, good morning. Hafa-day.
All right, man. So good to see you, and thank you for sharing just the passion, the talents, and the dedication. Because Chris and I were talking earlier, and we said, in our culture and throughout the Asian countries that you have featured so far, like food is so much of a social currency. I mean, it's a way that we communicate. It's a way that we become friends. I mean, it's a way that we establish lifelong bonds and everything. So in addition to teaching, your students, proper food preparation and presentation methods and everything like that, how much of that I've always wondered, do you actually go into kind of, the philosophical side of exactly what food means to our culture?
Well, basically what food means to our culture, it's a lot about sustainability, what we have available, and we like to actually talk about the old dishes and then how do we can take the iconic dishes and modernize it to the next level like they're doing in a lot of the restaurants. Also, we like to express to them what they've learned. Food and cooking is a universal language. You don't have to speak in order to communicate, like you say, and that's about it. Actually, there's a lot more, and we talk about the flavor profiles, spices, ingredients, and availability.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the kids to, maybe share some of the dishes that they've prepared for today's Bach lunch. Which again, everybody, you can make sure to check out GCC at the multi-purpose room, right, Chef? Starting at 11 a.m.
Yes, that's correct. Lunch is from 11 to 12:30, and dinner is from 4 to 5:30. And I have the lunch chefs and the dinner chefs here today.
All right, so we do have Michael Grajek in the KUM News Zoom room, along with Ronalyn Umagat, Abby Jane Shoko, and Daryl Meltran. So guys, thank you so much. And we know, most of us Guamanians, we grow up cooking. It's part of who we are, again, it's how we live our lives and everything like that. So can you guys tell us how you guys captured the flavors of Japan? Because it's such a diverse culture, and there's so much that goes into the cuisine. So you guys can just unmute your mics and, just tell us how you guys were able to actually just take those unique flavors and, just really put together an amazing meal. Yeah, so any of the student chefs, just go ahead and unmute your mics and just say what you guys are getting ready today. Yep. Unmute.
Today we are serving chahan fried rice for the AM team. We're serving yakisoba. We're serving Japanese potato salad. We're serving miso-yaki chicken, panko basa, and we are also serving strawberry shortcake for our dessert.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Yeah, how we harness the flavors of Japan. We're just personally for me, my experience in a Japanese kitchen. I work at Niji at the Hyatt, so I've been for the past 3 years. I've just been surrounded by Japanese food, and I was able to take some of the knowledge of the ingredients and just put together amazing food with Chef Paul's guidance.
Okay, Michael. So maybe give me a little bit more with that. So since you've been spending so much time at the Niji, preparing Japanese food, what does it mean to you to actually work with those different kinds of foods and those ingredients and put together a complete meal? Because Japanese cooking is, in a lot of ways, it's a little bit different than the way we would prepare food for like say like a chamorro meal?
Yeah, it is. It's Japanese. From my perspective, are perfectionists. We try to emulate that perfection, but yeah, their techniques are different in some ways. But I feel like a lot of our ingredients and the way we prepare food are similar in a lot of ways. Like everybody has soy sauce at home. I'm sure everybody has like a bulldog sauce in the refrigerator. But yeah, it means a lot. It means a lot that we're able to experiment with dishes and try to make good food.
I got wasabi right here in the office. I always have wasabi ready to go. I'm ready to roll anytime. Okay, let's bring in.
Yes, sir.
Can we bring in Abby Rain now? So Abby Rain, what was the most difficult part of today's meal, or maybe either difficult or most challenging? To prepare at scale, because you guys are putting together. Is it still 150 box meals for today's lunch?
300.
So overall, the experience for doing buffet. What happened? Oh, hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So overall, the experience, this is my first time doing a buffet for 200 people. It is challenging in order to, to get the right measurements, make sure you're feeding enough people. That's overall challenging. For the food, I would say making sure it tastes authentic. Like, yeah, we're making Japanese food, but, we want to make sure it's close to how the Japanese people make it.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's got to be tough because what Jay and I were talking about earlier, there's just so many different types and even genres of Japanese food. I mean, to even plan out 2 meals, I mean, where do you even start, right, guys? So how was that process? I mean, I'm pretty sure someone was like, oh, yakisoba, oh, we can't forget this, oh, we can't forget that.
Yeah, it was a really hard decision choosing which recipes we wanted to put into the plate. There's only so much space inside the lunch plate, so yeah, it was hard determining which ones we were gonna pick. But again, with Chef Paul's guidance, we were able to figure it out.
Well, let's bring in Daryl if we can. So Daryl, if you want to unmute your mic, my friend, and I'm really interested in the strawberry shortcake that Michael was talking about a few moments ago. So, because so much of Japanese cuisine is this amazing presentation, and in many cases, it's less is more. So when it came to the strawberry shortcake, how was that putting that together, and how are you guys crafting that so it makes like this amazing visual impact in addition to tasting, just out of this world?
You're gonna have to ask Rovalyn and Dame about the strawberry shortcake because they're the lunch crew, and the dinner crew chefs is Daryl.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah, Ronlin, go ahead, and then we'll come back to Daryl if you don't mind.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the show.
We're glad to be here. So for our Japanese strawberry shortcake roll, so it's just a regular sponge cake and whip on top strawberry and a little bit of gelatin to make the whip on top firm, and we just rolled it up with strawberry coulis on top and some whipped cream on the side, and that's a Japanese what is it called? Strawberry shortcake roll.
Right, that's great. That when I was talking about genres of Japanese cuisine, one genre, I guess, is that they take dishes from other parts of the world, and then they do, I don't know what they do, what Frankenstein witchcraft they do, but they make it better. Like cheesecake, for example, right? You had cheesecake, but have you had Japanese cheesecake? You know what I mean? Same thing with whiskey, right? And whiskey is traditionally, a Scottish, Irish, and American, and then now Japanese have whiskey. So I feel like they take a lot of things that maybe aren't from their region, but then they somehow make it their own. Right, Chef Paul?
Yes, that's correct. They did come out with Japanese cheesecake, and I'm like, bro, you want to make 300 Japanese cheesecakes, and then the cost would have went way through the roof.
Right. And we'll get to the dinner because we're tight on time here. Daryl, what's the dinner menu for tonight, and what can people expect? Now, dinner service starts at 4 p.m. It's at the GCC Multipurpose Center. There's no pre-orders. You just show up. It's $10. cash, and it goes right back into the program because a lot of what the kids are cooking up and the cost and all that stuff, it comes out of the lab fees. So I know these guys take a big hit on charging $10, but it's definitely worth it to support these kids. So Daryl, what's on the menu for dinner?
So for dinner, we're doing mayo chicken karage. We're doing misoyaki salmon. We're doing steamed rice. We're doing 2 kinds of sushi rolls, California and spicy tuna roll. We also have Japanese coleslaw with roasted sesame dressing. And then Abby, do you want to explain our dessert for us?
For our dessert, it's a Japanese crepe. It's just the filling. It's a whipping top, folded in, strawberry compote on top, and then finished off with a chocolate ganache drizzle.
Woo!
Yep.
I'm at a loss for words, man. I was like, when I was going to school, the nuns always told me, you talk too much. I'm struggling to find the words just to say how amazing this sounds. Real quick, Abby Rain and Rosalind, do you guys specialize are you guys pastry chefs? Because I know you said you're working on the desserts.
No.
Was this a really fun challenge to put this together?
We don't work in pastries, but we work in the professional kitchen.
Okay, right on. All right.
So let's get the info out there, Chef Paul, for lunch service. Again, it's the multipurpose center over at GCC. Can't miss it. Just look for the line. What time do people go get lunch and dinner?
Lunch is at 11 o'clock to 12:30, and dinner will be at 4 to 5:30. And then for Mr. Chris Barnett, we're going to have a couple meals ready for you before 10 o'clock, sir.
Right on. Thank you, guys. We're just doing our part to help promote the great program, you guys. It's not even about the lunches, guys. Not at all. But if you're going to send them over, okay. What can we do? We're not going to, turn it down.
Well, and trust us, everybody watching this right now, because your friends at the link give the GCC program two thumbs up.
Yep.
All of us. I mean, it's been an amazing experience so far, Chef Paul, and everything like that. We're so appreciative of your generosity and educating these kids, and really, we were talking about the cultural impacts of food, but also in these really, really awkward times and everything like that, using their skills and their passion as Guamanians to be able to take care of our community too.
We want to thank you too for your support and getting the word out for us and supporting our program. Also, we're donating to the Catholic Social Services too every Thursday with the lunch and dinner menu.
Thank you guys so much. And again, we're looking forward to this. It's Japanese today, guys. Your lunch, your dinner plans are covered with the GCC Culinary Academy students. Great way to support this program, which really does so well in off-island competitions and also in kind of growing and nurturing our local culinary talents here in Guam. So Chef Paul and Daryl, Abby Rain, Rovelyn, Mike, thank you guys so much. Appreciate the time this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot, guys.
God bless Guam. God bless GCC. Right on. Esta, Jos. 7:41. Quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link next here. Good morning.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
FM. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na 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 na, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Let me surprise you with your favorite things. Dance with me by the ocean under the moonlight, 'cause I'm loving how it shines on you as the sweet, sweet scent of your perfume just takes me away to a land of peace.
All right, a friendly reminder. Check your email, Guam. Check that spam folder. You never know what could be lurking in there. 746. Good morning. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
That's Mariana's Collective. Love letter number 42.
Let this tropical breeze set you in the mood. Just falling in love.
That's my favorite part.
Right, it goes high.
Yeah, I like it when they do the falsetto.
I like when he says dogging like a zuzu or something. It's good stuff.
Has your dog ever been pinched by an Azuzu?
I never want my dog anywhere near an Azuzu.
Yeah.
Unless it's coming out. 747, Thursday, March 25th. The link, East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Carrier for Maricom Babies, 647, cool. Juan Carlos Benitez, the Republican Party chair of Guam, in the KUAM News Zoom room this morning. Juan, condolences again for the passing of a GOP National Committee woman for Guam, Margaret Metcalf. Just your thoughts on that. I know that in talking, even with some Democrat friends yesterday, they had said that, Margaret was very close with the Trump family, and they had felt that, even on that side of the aisle, Juan, that she brought a lot of insight into her role as the Republican National Committee woman.
Yeah, Margaret had committed most of her life to social services and public service, and I think people remember when she was running the Catholic books and a Catholic store at the cathedral. She always was committed with her faith and conservative values. At the RNC, she was a fixture. She didn't miss a single meeting. while she was national committee woman. And those are 4 meetings a year. There's some people that love the limelight and love to take credit for things that other people do. Margaret was the opposite. Margaret was a tireless worker. Her efforts on war reparations and getting the Trump administration to support the final passage of that piece of legislation, doing the fix, was incredible. Her efforts with the veterans community here in Guam was unwavering and incredibly committed. It was a cause that she could know no bounds. No matter if there was a Democrat or a Republican in the White House, she fought tooth and nail to make sure that Guam veterans got the services they deserve. And it really, really, really bothered her that the quality of service here wasn't what it should be. So she'll be a great loss for the Republican Party nationwide, for the Republican Party of Guam, and actually to the people of Guam. I think she was an amazing lady, never spoke ill of anybody, and really took pride in going above board and looking at issues and discussions more than personal attacks against people.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's go ahead and bring on the Democrat Party chair, Sarah Thomas, Nettie Dog. And, it's always good to get you guys both on and kind of get both sides of this thing. But Juan Carlos says, I don't know if you were on island for this latest, it was a little bit of a shakeup, right? You went from Senator Jim Moylan being the minority leader to Senator Chris Duenas is now the minority leader. And there was just a bunch of speculation behind the scenes. But and on the front end of it, we were able to get Senator Tello-Taidagui on yesterday, and she had basically said it was because Senator Moylan wasn't being a team player, which was kind of alluded to in a release from Senator Chris Duenas. He had come out with a release and said that, hey, anybody who's in the minority is, they support anybody who's seeking higher office. Senator Moylan had also come out with a release, and he had said something like he didn't agree with what led to the decision to vote him out, but that he would support the will of the caucus. So while there wasn't a lot said maybe in black and white, we kind of just pieced together all these different things. And I don't know what kind of picture I'm looking at. Maybe you can better explain it.
Yeah, maybe I defer to our Democratic chairwoman to hear her thoughts first, and I'll give you my thoughts.
Sure. Hafa buenas, everyone.
Morning, Sarah. Good morning. Good morning, Sarah.
Yes.
Morning, Sarah.
Chris and Sabrina. Good to see everyone well and good. I just want to first off say that we join you in mourning the loss of Margaret Metcalf. She was, as you said so well, Juan Carlos, just a wonderful person who really selflessly provided support and advocacy for Guam during the Calvo administration, but just in general, and served your party well. I'm sure you're very proud of her contributions, as we are for the work that she's done for Guam. So our sincere condolences to her family, her friends, and to the party. We hope that as we go through this next week of services that, we'll just get through it, and let us know how we can support, the family in any way. We would love to do that. So we extend our condolences. Now, going to the change up of leadership at the legislature, that's also a very interesting move, going from Jim Moylan to Chris Duenas. I will tell you, I don't know what's behind that. We can only come up with some speculation as to what that's about, but they've very much said, or very clearly said, that they are positioning the party for several different folks preparing to run next year, and that might be part of it. So I'm sure it's a strategy on their part, so that's all good. and we'll see how things fare in the next year.
Come on, Sarah. Come on. You know the Democrats are like, yes, dissension.
Let's roll. You know, happens, you know. I mean, you know, we're I don't know. I'm just saying, let's see what happens. I don't know what's all behind it. Juan Carlos should know more than I about why are they doing what they're doing.
Well, we don't even have to really read that much into it. As you know, Senator Tello was basically like, "Oh, Jim Moylan's not a team player. He's writing letters. He's leaving people out."
Yeah.
Senator Chris Duenas was like, "Yeah, if you want to run for Adelube, go for it. We got other stuff we got to take care of here in the legislature." And then Jim Moylan was like, "I'm butthurt about how this all happened, but okay, if that's the way you want it." So that's not even behind the scenes. That one was said publicly.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, you can put two and two together, and it's very easy.
Obviously, there's stuff going on there, and that's really, you know, Juan Carlos needs to get in there, you know, as he sees fit, and work it with those guys and see what's going on. But I certainly don't have
Maybe you could do a mediation
on what goes on. Pardon?
Maybe you could do a mediation.
I could. All right.
Let us have it, Juan Carlos, to give us the real.
So first off, good morning, Sarah. It's always good to see you, and thank you for those wonderful comments about Margaret. You know, above everything else, she was a real good and dear friend of mine, and I'm truly gonna miss her for the rest of my life. And it's something that I'll hold on to her spirit. And one of the things that for me was amazing about her is she ran for Congress. She didn't win. She went to DC, and she was willing and able to put all that behind her and work closely on a bipartisan manner with us and Congressman St. Nicholas to make sure that we got those war reparations done. She worked with Democratic presidents and Republican presidents, and I hope that we can continue that in trying to make sure that we put Guam well-being before politics, and we find a way that we can work together in getting the things that are key for our economy and our survival to move forward in Washington, D.C. and across the world. So I look forward to seeing you in the services, and maybe we'll get an opportunity to talk more to each other on how we move forward from here. On the change in leadership, I know, Chris, I think it sounds exciting and emotional, and you know it might get more people to look at the radio or join the Facebook.
Hey, we're just talking about. We're not trying to like.
but reality is this is normal. Look at the Democrats. When there was a shift, you know, you ended up with the vice speaker becoming speaker when our public auditor went over to take a public auditor. They won the majority in the election, and they brought in a new speaker. Next election came along, and now we have another speaker. It's coalitions built around themselves. It's all on personalities and how they feel with each other and how they want to move forward. The one important issue is that the senators are together and they vote together. They vote as a block, and they're able to follow that agenda that we need to get us where we need to do. Yeah. So that's for me is where I'm looking at. Everything else is sort of speculation. No one was in that room except those senators. You might have a senator expressing their personal view on why they voted one way or another, but that's their subjective view of what things are. You know, the senators are given that privacy, and we'll provide it. We're moving forward. We support all 7 senators, and we're working with all 7 senators. Everything's, at least internally for us, we're doing fine. Even though media was trying to portray it in a different way. So that is the reality that I see and that I'm working with.
I don't think we're trying to
say I was during COVID quarantine while they were participating in this issue. So
I just got to say, we're not trying to portray it a certain way. Like I told you, all the comments that we're talking about was what the players in this whole ordeal had said on the record. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? Yeah. So who's running for governor, though? Because we had Senator Chris Duenas on it. He said, what did he say, Bree? Like 3?
Could be, potentially.
3 members of the minority in the legislature could potentially be in one way or another gunning for Adelup.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that I am presently not running for governor. And I intend to run
How
for
about lieutenant governor?
in the near future. Or lieutenant governor.
Right on.
But it's we talked about this in the past. We've had a number of individuals that have approached the party, expressed interest in running for the office of governor and lieutenant governor. It will be up to them and their campaigns to announce when their intentions are finalized, whether they're going to run or not. And we're not going to take that away from them. That's part of the entire system and how it works.
Well,
Our big issue right now is going to focus on voter registration and re-registering those over 8,000 voters that were taken out of the voter rolls at by the election commission. So we're going to start focusing on that and making sure that we strengthen our party at the grassroots levels and moving forward. So we'll see victory in our race for Adelup and the legislature. And Congress. So those are our focus. It's going to be really looking at the grassroots, strengthening our base, making sure we get our voters to turn out, and we're making sure that they're qualified to vote first, and then we get them to turn out for the general election. And we like our chances, we like our odds, and it's looking really positive right now.
But at what point, because the general election it's really not that far off when you really think about it. So at what point do these potential gubernatorial candidates make their declaration and let people know, hey, I am running for governor? At what point does that start traditionally? I mean, because the governor, Lou and Josh, they've already, held their fundraiser, and we kind of already had an idea that they were going to be seeking re-election prior to COVID.
Well, actually, they announced they were running for re-election the same year they won, because they held their first fundraiser that first year. And I don't know if you remember. Yeah. But they forgot they had to file, so they had to come out in public and said that they had held that fundraising, and then they filed. So they did a second announcement this year, which I was like, oh, it's interesting.
Just in case you forgot, it was what that was one.
Yeah, just in case you forgot the first one, we did a second one. Traditionally, doesn't happen before the Super Bowl. People don't. There are other issues that affect timing in Guam has been later. Rather than early when we get those announcements. Democratic side, it's been a little different. Underwood ran for a long time. Carl ran for a long time. But even in the last election, Sarah, when did all 4 teams announce when you were going through the primary process, right?
I can't tell you exactly when, but, as you said, the Democrats are usually, they thought about it and they put it out there. So I can't give you exact dates, but I appreciate what you said about, what we need to focus on. And I said, gosh, you guys must have gotten our same plan. That's what we aim to do in this next year as well, is really, I think, first and foremost, get people to register that are qualified and do everything we can to encourage them to go out and vote. That's always been our first and foremost, is encouraging people to vote in and exercise their right to vote. And then, of course, giving them information, encouraging them to vote Democrat in the legislature, and to get to vote for Governor Lou and Lieutenant Governor Josh for Governor, Lieutenant Governor. So, that's the plan too. And that's the general plan, I think, for all parties, is we've got to do the work. We've got to get out there with our people. We have to talk with them. We have to know their pulse, and we got to hear them out and come up with the strategies to ensure that we do have a win, that we are in line with our people always, and we're with them on their issues, and we're addressing those issues. Being incumbents, that's the part that always has to be proven, is that, we're in there now. So what have we done? and making that clear to our community that we continue to stand close to the people on our island, and we're representing them well and appropriately. That's the challenge. So I feel like we're going to do a good job at that.
Are any other? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Are any other Democrats seeking out a loop, Sarah? Do you know?
Not that I know of, and if they haven't come forward to me or to the party. So if that's a plan, I don't know that.
What are your thoughts on was it a successful Operation Cookie Drop, or was it an Operation Cookie Flop?
Ooh, nice.
With
Hold that thought on the cookie drop real quick. Viewers on KUAM TV, we are KUAM FM Agotni Guam on the breeze. That's the radio side. Of course, just one part. You're on another KUAM TV. We also got Facebook Live. So thank you so much for jamming with us this morning. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Adios. All right. So where were we? Cookie drop or cookie flop?
Yeah. I think any approach to members of Congress is important and on a bipartisan effort. You know, I've focused most of my efforts in the Senate, always leaving majority of the work on the House to our local representatives, since that's their chamber that they're working with. Having said that, it's an educational process in DC. It's every 2 years, all of them go for re-election. And you normally end up with around 1/3 that are new members of Congress. So you have to go through the process of making sure that you introduce yourself, let them know who you represent, and getting your voice heard. I think Congressman St. Nicholas has been doing an effort with that, doing the cookie drops through all the offices. And you would be surprised at some people that really find that to be effective. They remember by a flavor or by a smell, a place or a location, and in this case, it's hard to have a bad thought about Guam when you're eating a chamorro cookie, you know. So the having said that, we're communicating directly with Congresswoman Green's office and making sure that she understands that was at the end of the day, that was a mistake in a staffer, in a talking point, in a line. That person, I can guarantee you, has been re-educated repeatedly, and we'll move forward with
right. But there was something that Will Parkinson said when he was on the air last week with Sean Gumatauta, and he was saying, why isn't the Republican Party of Guam going to Marjorie Taylor Greene and saying you need to apologize? Is that something that you guys have done or plan to do, or just educating her on, hey, we're U.S. territory?
Here's some cookies.
I really think that the first way you do is you talk to the individual and work with them directly and get them a comfort level. I think part of the concern with Congresswoman Green was the unexpected reactions to her comments. We did some statements that were very strong and are private between us and her, and we're addressing the issue. And will she, sort of like raising the level and saying, well, we need official formal apology for that member of Congress? Well, it's when a number of other members of Congress have made mistaken statements about Guam, we asked for an official apologies from those members. That's a type of issue that we need to look at and work with her. I think that she definitely regrets making the comments, and we'll move forward with our discussion with her to the next level.
You think she does, though, Juan? Because
then we'll see where we end up.
Is that what she expressed to anybody that contacted her office, that she regretted making those comments? Because it kind of seems like she doubled down. Given the response when they went there with the guard, she said, she felt like she was, attacked or, intimidated or whatnot.
At this stage, our conversations have been private, so I would like to keep those at this stage that way. And soon I'm sure that there will be public comments coming out relatively soon, and then we can address those then. But I can definitely tell you, I can guarantee you, she regrets having made the statements that she did, and she's working forward on things. You don't hear her making those same comments repeatedly or uninterrupted. We don't keep saying that Guam's tipping over every other day. So it's a question of learning. You got to understand, she got elected in Florida, not next door to Guam, not with in Miami, not with a humongous Chamorro population. So did a member of her staff make a mistake during her first term? They did. And, we'll let the Congresswoman address the issue when she feels it's appropriate in the manner she does. But any conversations towards her that are expressing the disappointment or concern, it's welcome. It's an issue that you got to work through.
Sarah?
I'm so glad to hear, Juan, that you guys are talking with her. I certainly respect and trust that you really are educating her and encouraging her to make this right. Sure, as you said, there are, lots of people all over the world and in DC that don't know a lot about Guam and make those foolish statements like that were very, in this particular case, I think it's safe to say that most people that read it were very taken aback, and people from Guam were disturbed and disappointed to hear that. But moving forward, yes, if she feels that she would, do a apology to the people of Guam, that would be awesome. I'm sure that, our Republican Party is talking with her closely, and I thank you for that. And I hope that that's what happens, is that she eventually does do that. But in the interim, the education of all of our Congress folks needs to happen, and whatever any of us can do to further that is a good thing.
And let me be clear, I do think that we deserve an apology, and it would be great to receive one. But at this day, what we want to do is first make sure that she's aware moving forward of the relationship of the status of Guam and the people of Guam and what we do and what we provide to our nation, the sacrifices we take for our nation, and that she that's for me is the number one north. The second one is that she feels that there is a way out of that comment and moving forward into building a better relationship with Guam towards the future. I just don't want to fight and discuss and end up with just getting a statement and then having a congressman that's going to be not the closest friend to Guam that we could have. I see this as an opportunity to have her turn into an ally for the island looking long term. So that's my hope, and we'll work forward to it. And if we're successful, I'm sure Chris and Sabrina would love for me to get her to come and join them one day.
That'd be great. Right. Yeah.
We'll send her some air cookies.
What are we going to send her?
Air cookies.
Air cookies, right? They're much lower in calories than the Chamorro chip.
Virtual cookies.
What I thought was interesting was this, as this kind of escalated. So when the congressman went with the guard and the cookies, instead of her kind of saying, "Oh, my bad, oops," she was like, "Oh, they're threatening me. The use of the guard's political." But then it kind of just plateaued there. Is that where you guys came in, Juan? Because we didn't hear any. I mean, I thought they were going to be like, "Hey, what are you worrying about the Republicans for? You're under like a major ethics investigation." But we didn't see that kind of like back and forth that I thought it was going to escalate to. Was that due to you guys' intervention on the Republican side?
I'm trying to remember exactly when we started getting engaged with her office. It's been relatively recent when the direct communications started, but it's our first letter was very close to the statement. I don't remember if it was right before or after Congressman St. Nicholas visited her office. But at this point, you're looking at a Congress that there's 12-member difference, right, between Democrats and Republicans in the House. But people need to remember 3 of those members, their vote cannot determine the outcome of an election. So the majority is really 9. Because if it's from Guam, Virgin Islands, or Northern Mariana Island, that's a decisive vote in that election, that vote doesn't count on passage of any piece of legislation in Congress. So with that, we need to make sure that we build coalitions on Democrats and Republicans to support Guam issues as we move through this, because it is the slimmest majority that I've seen in my lifetime in the House, and it's literally a tie in the Senate. So if we're gonna get, that brings opportunities for things for Guam, but we need to work together to make our senators and our representatives on both sides of the aisle to support Guam causes.
Well, that'll be something else if you guys flip Marjorie Green.
Yeah. I wanted to take it back to here because, Congressman Michelson Nicholas, he's actually on island. And it was kind of different, because Adriana Cotero got a chance to actually interview him. And it was kind of surprising because his tone seemed quite different than in the past in terms of the administration. Was there any sort of mediation, or what was the turnaround point? Because we all know before there hasn't been a great relationship between the congressman's office and the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration. But in that interview yesterday, he was giving high praise for vaccination efforts and recovery. So I guess with you, Sarah, has there been any mediation between the governor and the congressman?
Not officially from the party, but we always try to keep close to all of our Democratic leaders, and we're always trying to bring them together because that's, as they say, stronger together. We're going to be successful, and we're going to be successful in helping the people that we have committed to helping. And that's really the underlying message and what drives us. And so I think Congressman Nicholas, has brought things definitely to Guam and makes a contribution to our island. And he recognizes that the governor has to and the legislature has to, and that if anyone's going to be successful in 2022, we got to get together. So it's very consoling to hear that he's talking that more than perhaps he has done in the past. And certainly in the next week or so, we'd like to get together with him and talk about how we can even make our union even stronger. So yay, Congressman Nicholas.
Wow.
I like hearing that.
Wow. Okay. Well, we're done. Thank you, Juan Carlos, for your time this morning.
And welcome home.
I would like to leave, going back to Margaret just for 1 second,
Okay.
and just give you one of the stories that for me really showed the type of person that she was, defending Guam. We were working on the Republican platform, and we were advocating for a very strong language for the territories, which we were able to achieve at the end. And a very high-ranking senior official came in and was talked to Margaret and was saying, you need to vote against your own language, and we need to change that. And if not, there will be consequence. And Margaret just looked at him and said, hon, it sounds like you're threatening me. And I don't know if you know, but I'm from Guam. And in Guam, we don't take threat lightly. So could you clarify, are you threatening me if I vote in favor of my own bill? And you should have seen that person retract his entire way. And we actually advocated and won on our language. And it was an amazing, sweet and warm way but extremely effective in achieving success for Guam. So with that, our prayers with Margaret and her family, and particularly Chris, who was always by her side.
Right on. Thank you very much, Juan.
Very good.
Thank
Beautiful
you.
story.
Thank you, Sarah.
All right.
I'm going to record that Yay Congressman Nicholas and put that on the loop. See you guys.
Bye, guys.
That's
Bye.
right on. Yeah, I mean, obviously we want them to work together, but I just don't want to get too hopeful because they've had this like we're going to work together, and then they meet and someone gets mad, and so God, please work together. 8:19. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room where we have the former two-term governor, who's now the president and CEO of the Guam Visitors Bureau, and the permitting czar for the government of Guam, former Governor Carl Gutierrez. Good morning.
Morning, Chris. How are you? Bree and Jason. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So, man, there was a big press conference, so we just wanted to catch up with you on the reopening of tourism and the island on, I think, May 1st, right, Bree?
Yeah, if we achieve path to half.
Right.
There's a press conference today?
No, the press conference they had last week was all about
I know
that,
there's
yeah.
an event at the airport today.
Right. Oh, is that today?
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Okay.
officially today.
Right on. Go ahead, Gov.
Yeah, that's very important. That's the first step that the governor has given us $250,000 about 6 months ago to be able to take the customs form that you usually fill out on the plane before you get to Guam. Well, now we've got it digitized, and for those that have the iPhones can just do it very easily. But for those that are elderly, they could even have their children or their friends wherever they're at in the States or wherever to start filling it out 3 days before they leave. So when they get here, there's a touchless interaction with the customs people. So that's going to be unveiled today, and you'll love it. I hope you guys are there so you can see how the people that arrive are treated when they go up with their QR code to scan at the kiosk if they come in.
Yeah, that it actually was something that you had mentioned one of the first times you were on the show about getting this custom declaration digitized. So check that off your list.
Yeah, check it out. It's like the governor says, let's get results, and that's $250,000 worth of results, and this would be working very, very closely with public health as well, because the QR code, whatever we can do now with what Nico and the crew at GVB and Jerry Perez put together can be now shared amongst other kinds of products that you want coming out of that particular QR code.
So, so that's off the list, but what else is being done from today and May 1st as we prepare for the reopening of travel?
Okay. That's the key here, the governor wants, and the key, if you listen to her press conference, is that 50% of the adult people will get vaccinated by May 1st to be able to open. And so what we're doing at GVB with the Hotel Restaurant Association is taking all of these various surveys of employees first in the 2 Monfort area and all the businesses so that we can start the vaccination process to get it up to 50%. We need to get to about 62,500. And once we get there, then the governor feels very comfortable that when you arrive May 1st, you don't go to quarantine. You go to your home if you're, for 5 days quarantine, I guess you can call that. But for the tourists, for example, they get the same treatment as the residents. You go to the hotel, and under 5 days, you don't need to be quarantined. But if you want to stay longer than that, then on the 6th day, you get tested. So nothing is going to be different between a tourist and a home resident coming in from. So hopefully that if you're going to leave from California or wherever, you get a 3-day test before a test before 3 days out, and you can go right through. That it's looking like we're going to meet that 50% because everybody now wants to be vaccinated. I think we're enticing them to please get vaccinated if you really want to, especially in the industry. If you really want to get opened up and start work in the restaurants, get beyond the 50% capacity and get to a full capacity, let's get our people vaccinated so that when they come into that particular restaurant, for example, you will see a grade that's given by public health. You've seen those ABC grades, and you usually see a nice A. And this time we're adding something else to it. which is the WTTC, added to it so that you have been certified that you are safe and you followed all the various codes, which is in working with public health. We take our guidance from public health. And as a matter of fact, the entire airport has been certified since a long time ago when we worked this. So that will show the tourists that we are serious about making sure they're safe and they are safe.
I'm sorry, Gov, what is WTTC?
The World Tourism Trade Council, I think it's out of the UN and WHO, and they get you certified. So we've been certified since last year when we wanted to open up last June, and we just never got to activate it. But now it's for real. So we're moving forward, and I hope that people realize now that the governor was correct in moving forward with the way she had strategized to make sure that we follow the right protocols and get us down to this particular status right now, which is that we are at a below 2.2 CAR score, and that people are lining up for vaccinations. Now we've lowered it to the age 16 and above. So that's really a good sign that she has gotten her quota and more than her quota out of the CDC of those vaccinates.
Gov, can you talk a little bit about the support of the airlines and hotels for the May 1st reopening?
Well, we're trying to make sure that our marketing people in their source country, for example, Taiwan, Japan, Korea, that we have been making sure that Guam does not get left out when they start, scheduling their aircrafts, for example. And so we're hopeful that we get in front of the line, because everybody else is fighting us, and the governor promising to give us $20 million out of that $661 million gives us an opportunity to fight against the big boys, particularly Hawaii. In attracting tourists. We've got to be able to do our part in making sure that we get the word out to the people that are wanting to travel. Taiwan and Korea and Japan, they're itching to travel, and right now our group that we hired for Japan has realized that their selling point for Guam in their marketing efforts is that Guam is the safest United States destination. And they say that Guam is the safest place to visit. They're buying that because they know it's true. And so that we are continually trying to get the governor to press on the United States government to carve out Guam from being lumped into the entire continental United States. Because that is really a problem that we have with dealing with those countries, our source countries. They say, hey, you're part of the United States, and you have a U.S. passport, and this is going to have you being dealt as part of the United States. So that part is our selling point too. Carve us out. We are an enclave out here, 3 hours away. Easy to say that you're not the same as California, for example.
Right. Yeah, but you say we're the safest place, right? But do you foresee, or what are you hearing in terms of the lifting of this state of public health emergency, or is that going to matter when you market?
You mean CDC? You mean CDC having us in category 2?
No, well, that too, but the governor's declaration of a state of public health emergency.
Well, that's why we're moving at this 50% vaccination goal by May 1st, and then I'm sure that she's going to have a different kind of a protocol set out so that we get out of this emergency. We're not sure, but that's her goal, and we need to do our part. So all those people out there in the community, let's do our part. Let's get vaccinated, and so let's open up our island again the way we remember it a year and 3 months ago.
Gov, yeah, but on that CDC thing, right? So right now the CDC advisory says avoid all non-essential travel to the island.
Yes.
How are we gonna? And I'm pretty sure our source markets don't even check the CDC website, right? But with that kind of hanging over our head, what kind of conversation are you going to be involved with? and talking to the CDC and saying, hey, yo, it's not that bad here?
Well, my job, I think, is to play on those words. For example, there was one talk show host that came up with this idea that, avoid all non-essential travel to Guam. That's number 3, right? So we're saying we'll take that word non-essential and use it and say that Guam is an essential travel. It's essential for you from Japan, Korea, Taiwan. Get your head straight. Come fly to Guam. You really need to come to Guam. It's only 3 hours away. It's essential that you travel to Guam. And so, I don't know if you remember, you're too young, maybe both Bree and Chris, but back 20-some years ago, when we had that award-winning ad that somebody came up with and said, let's juxtapose Guam and Hawaii and have two families walking up the counter in Narita, one family flying to Guam, the other one flying to Hawaii. And they played on this family already in Guam, swimming and golfing, and they're still sitting in the plane heading to Hawaii at night and, uncomfortable.
That's funny.
And it really worked. It was an award-winning thing.
Let's go redo it then.
The what?
We should redo it then. Redo that. Bring it back.
So we're doing that. We're redoing the essential travel to Guam. Right. You're 3 hours away for sanity's sake. Come to Guam. Fly to Guam. And especially for Taiwan, they love to see that blue and turquoise water. That was the number one thing that the takeaway for every tourist from Taiwan that comes here. And says, man, I can't believe it. That's all they talk about. So we're redoing. Jerry and I are rethinking. Nadine Young Guerrero's been there almost 30 years. I mean, she's been the one that's been putting together these great ideas in marketing, and we're just rediscovering some of the things that made us very, very effective over the last 20-some years.
Gov, I had a question, and it's actually a follow-up to when we had JQ on, the executive manager over at the airport, and he was talking about trying to figure out and possibly implement some sort of a clinic at the airport for tourists when they're returning home to offer testing.
Well, I think that, I'll tell you, the testing is we just can't break through to trying to get testing into the airport. But we're doing other ways to try to do it because the governor doesn't want anybody tested at the airport for now. Maybe once you come in, there's a way that we can, and we're working it through the public health and the doctors on how to get people tested at, let's say, the hotels or the rest or some place, some venue to be able to do that. In a more effective way and more a way that you don't clog up the airport, the entrance and the exits of the people at the airport. So it's not moving to that level yet. Whether we go through and do testing at the airport, it's not really it's not catching on.
Okay.
And so hopefully we find another method to do that and to help public health out by having other venues. The vaccinations, for example, now hotels are offering their ballrooms, and people that visited the Hyatt, for example, last week to tour the ballroom to see what's happening. The employees were there looking, and when they saw the people were there, they just, about 70 of them got their vaccinations right then and there because it's there. And so this is what we're trying to do right now to speed up the process. We got to hit that May 1st or April 27th if possible, because that's the beginning of golden month.
Gov, any update on the streamlining of the permitting process? Because, man, it sounds like you got so much to do. I don't even know how you're going to get to the permitting czar thing.
Well, there's a lot that has been coming to me because it's been clogged up. It's been clogged up not necessarily because of inactions or blame anybody in particular, but it's some of the laws are just being read differently from one department to the other. For example, the iLearn, the school, private school, it's been clogged up. We might lose some grants, and the Lieutenant Governor Tenorio right now has injected himself into the process to try to make sure that and when comes April 1st, for example, that we don't lose $12 million of grant at GIDA to start the building of the iLearn private school. And so when my project now is to pull together all the various readings of the laws, the rules, the regulations, and eventually report to the governor that this department is reading it differently, this GLUC is reading it differently, this is the way it should really all come together, not only from a reading of the government employees, but the customers out there. And so once we show the governor that this is where the problem might be, and maybe she'll issue an executive order saying that this departments and agencies, this is how these things should read. And let's not gunk up the procedures by different readings of different directors of various departments. So it's working, and I've got a lot of help from the people out there in the private sector too, because they're the ones that really know what the hoops are that they're trying to jump through. And so, instead of rediscovering it by reading it, we just listen to the actual experience of businesses. So we're working hard to do something like that, to unplug it, and nobody's to blame. It's just that we're going to have to finally put it all together in one sitting, one reading, and everyone, Daphne Chimisu has been helping a lot with her permitting committee that was set up by Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. So we're marrying the two committees together to come out with one possible solution for the governor to implement.
All right. Well. Did you have
I wanted
anything
to
else?
ask about this whole Gov. I just want to ask because you're a two-term governor, and we had talked with Juan Carlos and Sarah about this whole minority leadership shake-up, and I know you read and watch the news and follow it closely. But what was your 2 cents on that? Having been through so many campaigns and seeing kind of like the posturing that goes on ahead of like a big gubernatorial election. Is that what you kind of saw there with the whole Senator Moylan and the minority in the legislature?
Okay, well, I'll give you my partisan reading. My partisan reading is this. They're not going to beat Lou and Josh in the next election. So they're fighting in there to who's going to be the leader of the in the legislature for the next 4 years or 5 years or 6 years. I think that's where it is. I don't think anybody's really fighting for juxtaposition of the running for governor, because they know that what we have seen happen over the last year, we had some adversities, but now we've realized that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, that the decisions made by this governor was correct, and that once we start recovering, there's just no way. There's just no way that people will not give the governor and lieutenant governor their second term. And they know that, so they want to see who's going to lead the legislature for the next decade.
Okay. Well, I guess you're calling it right now that Governor Lou and John are unbeatable.
So your next question, you're not running for Adelup as governor or lieutenant governor on any given ticket?
No, I'm supporting Lou and Josh because they've given me also an opportunity to be able to assist in this administration. And I hope I can still live on for their second term, so I can also help. I just can't sit still, and I have my personality is that a lot of people reach out to me, and I've never not respond, and so I don't want to ever be a recluse and sit home over the next 20 years, the rest of my life. I want to still be with the people.
Well, there you go. Like you said, you get results, so.
Thank you. So, okay, I got to run to the airport.
Right. Don't run, drive.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Gov.
Thanks, Gov.
8:37, quick break. We're coming back with John Beneventi of the Guam Power Authority as they have made a determination that they're going to begin disconnections June 1st. More info is coming up here on the link. Good morning.
Join KUAM and
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Through the month month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with the link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
Half Day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Carl be looking younger than ever, huh? He's getting his $20 million from Auntie Lulubelle. Yeah, so if you guys are just tuning in, we had former Governor Carl on. Man, I want to say like a couple times back, and he had said that, oh yeah, boy, I asked the governor to give me $20 million out of the 600 whatever from Biden to do on a marketing for GVB. And so we thought, oh yeah, he's just talking, whatever. You know, Uncle Carl likes to talk, right? But then we asked Governor Lou, like, hey, are you going to give Uncle Carl $20 million? And she was like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he's getting the $20 million.
He's determined. He's going to get her done.
He's going to get her done. There you go. So you guys know Uncle Carl, you better start figure out where that $20 million is going to go to marketing, I guess, is what the gist of it was, Bree?
I believe so.
Right. Yeah, so there's somebody who didn't have a problem getting some of that American Rescue Plan out of the governor. Maybe the senators need to go through the Uncle Carl.
Major hit.
Yeah, of course. So it's always good to talk to.
I don't want to see him fail.
Yeah, definitely. Sure. And I mean, if it costs $20 million to stand the island back up, then I guess
get her done.
There you go. 8:47. Let's go into the KUAV News Zoom room where we have the GM of the Guam Power Authority, Mr. John Beneventi, standing by. As they had a big meeting about resuming disconnections. There was a joint utility proposal put before the CCU addressing past due balances and service disconnections in the March meeting that just was really a few days ago. And so, John, June 1st, right, is the targeted date to begin disconnections?
That's correct. June 1st.
Mm-hmm. And so you actually have a presentation for us, right? And I think this is going to be very beneficial to everybody that's listening and watching our Facebook live stream. So if you could, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to you. And Jason's got all of your PowerPoint ready to go because, and like I said, this is very important information for anybody that's listening and that's in arrears. So John, take it away.
Okay, well, thank you very much again for the invitation this morning. And yes, June 1st is the date that both GPA and GWA will begin the disconnection process. But again, it's not without finding ways to help the customer. I'd like to start out, like I said in the first place, which really, it's been about 15 months now since the disconnection has been discontinued. And again, that was in March of last year. And of course, in addition to that, we've suspended non-payment disconnection, waived late fees, actually lifted credit card restrictions so that almost everyone now could use their credit cards and paying their bills here. We lowered LEAC. We opened payment drives. So we've done a substantial amount of effort during this process to try and keep the energy going, but also the others to pay their bills and help us in keeping and so I'd like to know that 93% of our customers have been paying their bills. And so what we're looking at now is about 7% of our customers that are delinquent, and there's about a total of approximately 3,500 customers owing about 4.6 million. All of that, you can start with commercial, about 233, 93% of them owe between $1 and $5,000. Residential postpaid, these are ones that pay their bill after they receive it. It's about 2,387 of them, and 86% of these customers owe between $1 and $2,000. And then there's what we call the prepaid. It's similar to your prepaid phone, where you put a deposit into your account, and therefore the amount of energy you use is deducted from that. And so we have about 856 customers, and about 78% of them owe about an average of $453. So again, as we have been very trying to work with our ratepayers and So process begin June 1st disconnection and just say, okay, everybody pay up, no? So we came up with the three
payment options.
Part of this was also determined by doing a survey of about 200 of our the first payment arrangement is those customers that are delinquent will be put into a 12-month automatic 12-month plus now will be due, and any disconnection will be based on that payment arrangement. And again, for example, they owe $1,200 during this period, divided by 12, they'll need $100. If their regular power bill is $200, add the $100 to that, and that's what's due for that month. They can always prepay again. We won't disconnect base by trying to collect the whole $1,200 in one. So majority of post and commercials will, for every dollar you put into the prepay, of that to pay back the prior debts. So that could be a varying percentage, 50%, 30%, 16%. That could be worked out again with the customer. And then the last thing is there are some customers that really haven't been able to pay their bill for whatever reason and accumulated a substantial amount, and maybe the 1-year payment plan doesn't work exactly. So we work on something that similar to 1 year and maybe a balloon payment, which could stretch this thing out to potentially 2 years, if that being the case. And again, we're just providing opportunities to work this out with the customers on hand. So again, there's about 3,500, 4.6 million to be recovered, and we have this.
Oh. Okay, yeah. This connection's terrible over there at Fidian. Oh, he's coming back on. Okay, there you go. Thank you, John. Good. Just continue.
No, might be our connection from here, but in addition to that, we are working with the administration on the various opportunities for assistance. One of them being the ERA program. We're helping to facilitate that with customers, working very closely with that, so that we can help them get their approvals and therefore help them to pay their outstanding bills. Other programs like the LIHE, which is the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. We're not sure how much money is available there, but of course we'll continue to work towards how we can help have that some of the money help our customers. And the ERA is for emergency rental assistance. I understand there might be another one, which is a homeowner assistance fund. And again, we're going to continue to work with the administration and see how our customers, both from the power and the water side, be able to be assisted through this process. So again, we have all this disconnection, the tiered program, making every effort to help facilitate assistance. And, as far, one may say, June 1st, disconnection shouldn't be an option. Well, the good news is we're getting out of this journey of this emergency. That's been 15 months, and we've been able to pass through this and be able to provide the assistance to our ratepayers. So again, we're beginning to get back to normalcy beginning June 1st. So that's kind of in a nutshell the whole program in itself, and I could answer any questions you may have.
All right. Well, I think that kind of, if you could just kind of go through really quickly the three different options, because you were breaking up. You said there was the auto enrolled, the tiered, and the term, and this was based on the surveys that you conducted amongst customers.
The survey conducted by customers, again, about 90% of the on the residential the automatic 12 months, meaning we don't really have to talk to them about anything. It's just we just take their bill, divide it by 12, and then bill them from there. But again, even at that, Sabrina, if there's still difficulties there, those customers can still, on an individual basis, call us up and we'll see what we can do. But really, the automatic 12-month plan is to try and, instead of trying to work with 2,500, 3,500 customers on their individual plans, we're trying to make it as administratively and as possible, and appears to fit the majority of those that are delinquent.
Mm-hmm.
And so again, they did go out and survey again, and this was a survey by an independent group for us. And again, the residentials prefer the automatic 12. Commercials, they're looking more like a 7 to 9 month period for payback. So really, the 12 months works right into what they also considered as a potential way to pay back.
Right. And so when you were talking about the numbers, you did say about 2,387 of those that are the delinquent accounts. So that's residential customers. How much of that number, if you even have the number, qualify or are eligible for the ERA program with the Department of Administration? Because when we had Bernie Guinness on, she mentioned that there's already been the dialogue between GPA and DOA for people that have applied.
You are correct. I really don't have that number, although all I know is what's approved so far and has been noted. I would say that these are residential postpaid, and 83% of them are between $1, of course, to $2,000 delinquency. Now, I would suspect that a lot of these are requiring the energy assistance. I'm not sure that everyone will be, could pass the test, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, this is the total for that group. So,
can you tell us a little bit more about this homeowner assistance fund? It says new. It will assist ratepayers and government partners with new program rollout.
No, not much more than what I just mentioned, Sabrina.
Mm-hmm.
I know that I think again, all of these are just being it's out there, and I'm not sure that all the guidelines have been provided yet. But I believe that's one of the I'm informed that that's one of the funds that could potentially coming up now.
And where do customers go if they want to see this presentation? Do they go to your Facebook page? Call GPA customer service?
We're actually going to put it up on the web. And then also, they can call customer service. There's also a communication customer first that they can request, and we can have our customer service rep send it to them, and so
we can send it to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can send them the information. We'll see whether we can post it on Facebook or Instagram. So because again, part of our, as we have told the commission, we're going to be going out and doing a substantial marketing on this. We want, there's 2 months between now and then. we want to keep our customers informed as much as possible so that they come, they work it out early with us before the June 1st date.
Okay.
So again, we plan to really do a lot of marketing for a lot of information, sending out a lot of information to our customers during this period of time.
Okay. Well, thanks, John. And of course, before we let you go, I got to ask, is there any update on that investigation that you were conducting into allegations of online gambling while on the job?
Yeah, that continues, and the process again, like I mentioned before, but we have a 60-day window to get this done, as required by law. So our internal auditor has been doing her investigation, and I should be getting something shortly. Mm-hmm. Then the next step after that is if there is some if she finds out some concerns, then I issue what you call is the proposed notice of proposed adverse action to the employee. Then the employee has 10 days to respond to that action, and then I have 10 days to make my final decision. And then from there to implement it, and then from there, if the employee is not satisfied, then they can appeal to the Civil Service Commission. Mm-hmm. So the process continues, and I should be getting something shortly. But again, even that, I really can announce until I go through the process, go through the in all fairness to the employee.
Mm-hmm. Mr. B, are you able though to say
the process? Yeah.
Are you able to say though how many employees are part of this investigation?
Actually, how many employees were mentioned in that? Of course, specifically, we're looking at that, and in those areas and in other areas from the investigation. But I'm not, I don't have any number or anything like that. Okay. It's really in the IA's office right now.
Okay. Well, GPD, they've confirmed. Secret Service reached out to them. GIAA also confirmed. The Secret Service reached out to them, and the port confirmed that the FBI reached out to them. Has any federal agency, law enforcement agency, reached out to GPA?
No. None of them are aware of. No one has reached out to me, and I'm not informed of anything like that.
Okay. Well, thanks, John. We'll make sure to post the link to your interview on the disconnection and the payment plans on our YouTube and Facebook page.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Take care.
That's the all right. 903. We're KUAM FM Agotni Guam on the Breeze. That's the radio part. We're also on Facebook Live, and there's an audio stream, Docomo Channel 10. We'll take a quick break, and we're back with the Department of Public Health, Social Services, along with, they brought a bunch of people for their vaccination outreach, and that's coming up here on The Link. Good morning.
Catch The Link on...
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform, giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
That's L.A. Akeda. Good jam there. Got that vibe. Hey, I want to thank our friends at Jack in the Box for their upcoming sponsorship of the link. Thank you so much. Jack in the Box we're so fortunate this morning to have in studio the triple bonus jack. This
Whoa.
this is like it's exactly what it sounds like. It's triple bonus. Jack is the indulgence mastermind, and lately has been going all out to share the return of his triple bonus jack combo with everyone, especially you guys here on the link. The combo meal, a Jack in the Box offers an impressive stack of 100% beef patties and American cheese, along with curly fries and a drink, all for just $5. That's value we can all get excited about. Okay, and then we've also got the fish sandwich. It's the perfect time for Lent with Jack in the Box's fish sandwich and deluxe fish sandwich combo. It's panko crusted wild caught Alaskan pollock fish fillet. Grab one at your local Jack in the Box today. It's panko crusted, again, Alaskan pollock fish fillet, shredded lettuce, tartar sauce, all in a toasted bun. The deluxe fish sandwich. Thank you so much, Jack in the Box. How's that fish sandwich look, Jay? Wow.
That is a nice piece of fish. That looks really, really good.
That's a nice piece of fish, if you get what I'm saying. Thank you so much, Jack in the Box. It's 9:12 on the link. Brought to you by Carrier, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and East West Rental. Ladies and gentlemen, our next segment here we got from Department of Public Health and Social Services, Janela Carrera, she's a PIO, and they're doing their outreach vaccination clinic along with their partners at GRMC. Good morning, Janela.
Hi, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. So let's just get right into it. When is the Vax clinic? And I know you were telling me that you filled up a bunch of the slots, right? So I guess the messaging is getting out to where it needs to go, right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah. So we had a pre-registration drive this past Sunday. And it was pretty successful. But, what I really want to do is just give credit to where credit is due and introduce, of course, GRMC is here with me, Charlie Laron. I also want to introduce Dr. Dolores Lee, who's been instrumental in this process, and Joelle Setic, who's with the Micronesian Resource Center, and who's also with Minyelu. And, without our partners, this would not have been successful or, even happening. So I just really want to, give them all the credit. So I actually want to give them the floor because they're really the ones who's making this happening. So if Joelle wants to talk, or Dr. Dolores Lee or Charlie wants to talk about this project, by all means, please help me out here.
Go on. I guess we can start with go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, so I'll just do the introduction of the whole vaccination and the whole project and initiative, and I'll give it to the doctors and the partners to kind of talk about the logistics and everything else. On behalf of the community network and the FSM Association, along with the other partners from the nonprofit organization like ourselves, Micronesian Resource Center, and then the group within the FSM community, the FAS community, I want to thank these folks for their hard work and dedication that make this vaccination and initiative possible. So the vaccination is on Sunday. This is one of the first of many pots. It'll be happening at the Terito Center at right across of the Santa Barbara Church. And we pick on Sunday because it's a Palm Sunday, and it's also when there's a lot of people from the FAS that will be going to church at this certain time. So we pick this spot to make it convenient for them as they go to church, and then at the same time they finish and they can come and get their vaccination. And this initiative is fueled and motivated because of this group with the FSM Association and the community network, because we see that there is a need to vaccinate our brothers and sisters from the FAS, since they have one of the lowest vaccination results coming in with all the data from the Department of Public Health. And we really want to help our brothers and sisters and get themselves protected, get their families protected, and within the community. So I'll hand the floor over to Dr. Lee to kind of talk more about the vaccination and everything else. But yeah, we want to invite the FSM community, the FAS community. There will be other pods coming soon. So if you want more information, please feel free to contact. You can contact the FSM consulate office, or you can contact our office at the Micronesian Resource Center at 2227, and we can offer you more information on the upcoming pods. Thank you.
Dr. Lee?
Hi, good morning. Buenas.
Morning,
Very
morning.
happy to be here with all of you. Thank you for the opportunity. As Janella and Joel both shared in terms of we have a vaccination clinic planned for Sunday. And it's not our first, but it's, we hope and anticipate that we will have many more pods until we can get the full participation of the FSM FAS community. As you know, vaccines are a preventative measure. This is a step we can take before people get sick. We really do believe that the COVID vaccines are our best chance to curb the pandemic that we're currently experiencing. And that's just along the lines in terms of what everyone is trying to do now. As you know, we dropped the vaccination age in terms of eligibility requirements down to age 16. And so, public health and all of our community partners, we are all very intent on getting as much of the population vaccinated as soon as possible, because every day that you're not vaccinated is just another day where there's a possibility that you are at risk of getting infected and suffering from a severe COVID infection that could result in hospitalization or even long-term complications and even sadly death. So we're trying to get everyone on board and trying to get everyone vaccinated as soon as possible. We're very confident in these vaccines and in their effectiveness in terms of preventing severe illness from COVID-19. And so we're really just very excited that we have the opportunity and that we're able to do this for the community. Thank you.
Charlie?
Yes, we're, our role here at GRMC is really to help wherever we can, especially with vaccinating our community. This will be our third vaccination outreach for the FSM FAS community, but this will be the first where we're going outside of the hospital. And our initial goal was 150. We are surpassing that number very quickly, and really that is at the help of all of the FSM leaders and the community individuals that have gone out. Even Janella went out on the weekend to help pre-register and get information out and education out to the FSM FAS community to let them know that this is important. We are here. We are coming to you, and this is what we can do to combat the coronavirus. So we're excited to take part in this, and we're here to help out whenever public health and the community needs us to help.
Joel, I know that the conversation has been that the FSM communities, like you said, one of the lowest vaccination rates. But with the response that you got for this latest Vax Pod, it kind of seems like you guys might have turned the corner. What messaging or what happened, do you think, to kind of to change that mindset?
I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question one more time? I can't really hear.
So I know you said that the FSM communities have one of the lowest vaccination rates, but from what Janella was saying, it looks like the turnout for this Vax Pod was really good. What do you think has changed? Is it just a matter of getting the message out to the communities?
Yeah, so it's also the matter from getting the message out, and then also spreading the awareness and the education about the vaccine. There's a lot of stigma within the community where they think that the vaccine, it's bad, or there's a lot of negative things about the vaccine. So it's just a matter of maybe misunderstanding or miscommunicating. They might got their other messages or information from the certain website or internet that may not have good support or good proof. So with the help of the doctors, we had conversation within the community or with the leaders, and then we stream these lives or even give out flyers about the whole vaccine. So it's just a matter of spreading the information, the right information, and inviting people to come in, because everybody wants to go back to normalcy. So this is one of the best ways to go back to normalcy, is to get everybody protected and everybody vaccinated.
Janelle, I wanted to ask, so with this outreach, right, you guys, and throughout the pandemic, there's been different outreaches, whether it's for testing or vaccinations, right? But the FSM community, as well as other communities on Guam, it's not just COVID that we're at risk of. I mean, there are just many other illnesses, diseases, from diabetes on and on and on, right? All these conditions that we hear make people more susceptible to succumbing to COVID. So in like forging these kind of like new and maybe even strengthening existing relationships moving forward as we crawl out of this pandemic, do you think that it's going to be easier for public health to do other types of outreaches within the FSM community since we've kind of established this relationship because of COVID?
Actually, I think that's a great point that you make, Chris. One of the things that we want to do with the FSM community, we realize that the COVID-19 pandemic has created many challenges, and not just within the FSM community, but for the entire community, the entire island of Guam. But we want to look at the COVID-19 pandemic as not the end-all be-all, but just the first step in forging this partnership with our brothers and sisters within the FSM FAS community, because we do offer testing and COVID-19 vaccination, but continuing on beyond the COVID-19 pandemic testing and vaccination, we also want to see if we can continue with other social services such as other immunization programs, perhaps partner with like for example DOL to see if we can educate them about job opportunities, GURA for housing projects. So this is not just a end all be all type of thing. It's not a one-off endeavor. So we want to create partnerships with them, like for example with the Micronesian Resource Center, other nonprofit organizations, so that this is a long-term opportunity, a long-term project initiative, so that this partnership goes on for a long time, because we want our brothers and sisters to be self-sustaining. We want this to be a meaningful relationship. And so that's something that we've discussed. We've been meeting regularly for the last several weeks. And so, and this is actually based off of a national working group. And this is the same thing that they repeat, that, this is not something that you look at and it's just about COVID-19. This is something that needs to be approached from a holistic point of view. So that's a great point that you make, because we don't want it just to be about the COVID-19 pandemic. We want it to be about, their entire lives.
Thank you for that, Janella. I guess in closing, how many slots are left, and how can people avail of those last few slots? And then are you planning another outreach down the road?
Yeah, so like Charlie mentioned, initially we had planned for 150 doses, but when we did our initial outreach for the pre-registration drive this past Sunday, those slots filled up quickly. So we did come back to the table at Public Health, and we decided we're going to increase the number of doses. And so to account especially for walk-ins, because this coming Sunday is a Palm Sunday, so we realize that there's probably going to be a lot more parishioners that are going to be attending church. And so we've increased the number of doses to 300 doses. But we don't like turning people away. We really dislike doing that. And as much as possible, we're going to take as many people who show up to the mini pod, the mini vaccination clinic this coming Sunday. But if we happen to run out of doses and more people continue to show up, we're going to take the names of those who come and plan for future pods, as everybody here has mentioned. So this is not a one-time deal. GRMC has held vaccination clinics for the FSM community. So we're going to continue to plan for more. Another partner that's involved that we have not mentioned yet is AMC. So they have a mobile van that I believe Triple J has donated to them. So they're another partner that we're also planning future pods with. And so, and that's a van that's capable of going out into the community as well. So if anything, we have the capability of going out to the neighborhoods, to the areas and bringing the vaccines to them. So, you know, we do plan for more. And so we're really hoping that we can, you know, and the other thing too is it's not that we want to limit ourselves to just 300. It's really about resources, manpower, the capacity within the building, you know, at the Daddy Doe Senior Center. I mean, if we could do 500, if we could do 1,000 that day, we really would. But really, it's about resources and you know, capacity. So, so it's I printed out the flyers. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
And I sent it to Chris.
Thank you.
But it's this coming Sunday, 2 to 5 p.m. On the flyer, it says 150 doses, but we did put subject to change because we had a feeling that we would, you know, get a lot of interest. But it is up to 300 doses. So 2 to 5 p.m. Right across the church, so Sunday, March 28th. And it's at the Daddy Doe Senior Center, once again, right next to the mayor's office.
Thank you, Janella. Thank you, ladies. Joel, thank you.
Thank you. And again, shout out to the FSM community, the FSM consulate office. Really, you know, my hats off to them. They've done all the, you know, the groundwork. They've been partners. They've been co-leaders, actually. I want to say not just partners, but they've been, you know, instrumental in this process. So I really want to give them the credit for this.
Thank you. And we'll see you guys. Keep us posted on the next one. We'll help get the word out. It's 9:27. We're going to take a break and be back with more of The Link next.
Make it through the week with Monday's Work Week.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
Through the month of April, KUM News and the KUAM Care Force features Sustainability Matters, building awareness for environmental issues, highlighting activists, and showcasing businesses and individuals making a difference in our community. Watch a special series on Mondays on KUM News featuring different aspects of thinking green in our community. Awareness messages on every platform giving you tips for leading a more sustainable lifestyle. The Dirty Politics Weekly feature with The Link live on location with Chris and Sabrina visiting different villages with political leaders and addressing environmental problems in our community. And this year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam, and we'll feature your cleanup on our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability Matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half Day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Hey, coming up, Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. 9:33. Right here on the link, East West Rental. Thank you. Thank you. Calvo Enterprises, IT&E carrier for all of my Aircon babies at 647-COOL. It's 9:33, Thursday, March 25th episode of the link. Let's go ahead and jump right into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. The Guam Medical and Public Health Services Action Plan Task Force has been launched. A virtual meeting was held by Chairwoman GMH Administrator Lillian Posadas on Wednesday. The task force consists of the governor, members of the Guam Legislature, the GMH Board of Trustees, and representatives from health, finance, construction, and government sectors. The group's goal is to build a regional medical and public health center to bring our island's healthcare into the 21st century. The inaugural meeting focused on organizing activities, establishing subcommittees, and bringing the teams up to speed on the work that has been done. Posadas discussed the hospital's experiences during the pandemic's peak, including limited resources such as storage space for safety equipment. Guam's only public hospital also had to suspend outpatient services and elective surgeries for a brief period, resulting in an estimated $10 million in financial losses. As reported, the governor has committed $300 million for a new hospital out of the $600+ million we are expected to receive from the American Rescue Plan. According to an Army Corps of Engineers assessment, a new hospital would cost roughly $743 million. Republican Senators Frank Bloss Jr. and Tony Atta have introduced legislation that would restrict new hires that are non-essential and freezes all pay raises while Guam is in a state of emergency. While thousands remain furloughed or laid off and government coffers are expected to decline this fiscal year, Senator Atta comments the administration should be focused on prioritizing all government, financial, and human resources to fight this virus and get businesses open and people back to work. Senator Bloss adds that we don't rebuild an economy by incurring non-essential expenses at a time our government is relying on handouts from the federal government to operate. Quote, we rebuild our economy, our community, and our island by being frugal and avoiding unnecessary expenses in hiring. And with more news, here is Peter Santos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Santos with your headlines here on The Link. Congressman Michael San Nicolas is on island cramming in as many meetings as possible before he has to head out on Sunday. We caught up with the congressman to talk about his plans while on island and the recent controversy in the nation's capital regarding cookies he delivered to Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
So good to be home. The weather is so beautiful. The sky is so beautiful. I mean, it's like coming into a dream.
Happy to be home and happy to see the significant strides the island has made in vaccination efforts. Congressman Michael San Nicolas says the recently announced 16-year-old threshold for the community to join the vaccination is a new milestone, and he is applauding Adelup.
I think the administration is doing a phenomenal job getting the vaccines out. We're doing better than most of the country, and that's going to be step number one for us to be able to get ourselves as open as quickly as possible, to be able to reassure our visitors that Guam is a safe destination. And so that's an awesome job on behalf of our governor so far. But they are rolling out vaccines across the country as well. They have larger population densities and a lot more logistical challenges, but based on what we've been able to do here on Guam and how we've been able to increase the age ranges, it's just phenomenal work all around, from the administration all the way to the people of Guam.
Our delegate is hopeful we can continue this trend in order to maintain Guam as a safe destination for reopening tourism. He is also hopeful that as the time nears to start rolling out the $661 million in federal assistance, that everyone will have a seat at the table for deliberations.
I think that, with that large sum, it's important for our leaders to collaborate. Our local legislature, our local governor, and even our congressional office will be more than interested in sitting down at the table and really throwing ideas back and forth.
KUAM asked the congressman what he believes should be prioritized moving forward. As he explains, the focus should be on long-term results and outcomes for the people of Guam.
With the EITC also being resolved and with that $660 million also being available, we have some real transformative opportunities. I really think that we need to focus on making sure that the tax refunds that we've been behind on for so many years actually become something that we're able to pay out much, much faster. I think that's something we can absolutely achieve. And the governor's proposals for a new hospital is definitely shared by the community.
Another viewpoint the congressman believes is shared by the community is the understanding of his goodwill gesture to present Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene with Chamorro chip cookies while accompanied by the National Guam Guard. This gesture was in response to Greene's public mischaracterization of Guam as a foreign country undeserving of federal aid. As we've reported, Greene was not at her office at the time of the delivery, and she never responded to San Nicolas. However, she did reach out to the Defense Secretary-in-Chief of the National Guard to complain about what she stated as a misuse of troops to ambush her office unannounced.
We are intentionally not seeking to continue to make that become a hot-button issue. The people of Guam, I think, made it very, very clear what our intentions are, and they're all good intentions, and so we're hoping that the goodness of those intentions is what's going to shine through in the Congress, and so far that's what it's looking like right now.
The Guam legislature plans to file a brief in the Supreme Court as the governor seeks a declaratory judgment relating to her powers to quarantine and isolate individuals during a public health emergency.
It was in December the governor petitioned the Supreme Court to issue a declaratory judgment.
She was originally asking, for a determination as to whether the courts couldn't, interfere with her quarantine powers under the Organic Act.
But last week, the governor took it a step further.
Now, in one of her reply briefs, she stated that the two sections of the health emergency law are inorganic.
In 2003, the Emergency Health Powers Act was signed into law by the governor at the time, Carl Gutierrez. The bill was authored by then Senator and also now a former governor, Eddie Baza-Calvo. According to Speaker Therese Terlahi, Governor Lulian Guerrero is now taking specific issue with two provisions in the local law.
And those are the isolation and quarantine sections, the sections that lay out all the details of how, you have a right to go to court, you have a right to, argue that you should be let out of quarantine.
As we've been reporting, there have been cases after cases heard in Superior Court challenging the order for all incoming travelers to be subject to quarantine in the government quarantine facility, with the majority of the court's rulings in favor of petitioners. In the governor's filing, she takes issue with the rulings and the court's ignoring of CDC guidelines in the application of quarantine, citing as examples CDC's endorsement of a 14-day quarantine and the power that local public health authorities have in determining and establishing quarantine options in their respective jurisdictions. According to Speaker Terlahi, the Supreme Court invited the legislature to provide a brief now that their powers have also been called into question.
The question is, does the legislature have a power to enact these laws regarding quarantine, or is it the governor's quarantine powers under the Organic Act, blanket, sole power?
According to the Organic Act, it states, quote, subject to the laws of Guam, the governor shall establish, maintain, and operate public health services in Guam, including hospitals, dispensaries, and quarantine stations at such places in Guam as may be necessary, and he shall promulgate quarantine and sanitary regulations for the protection of Guam against the importation and spread of disease.
On first glance, the Organic Act says subject to the laws of Guam. So, like with many things in healthcare and other parts of the government, while the governor has great powers, she is still subject to the laws of Guam. And so that's what this case is going to be about, is whether these statutes outlining the process are inorganic or not.
A status hearing before the Supreme Court on the governor's request for declaratory judgment is now scheduled for April 23rd.
With a moratorium on utility disconnections now lifted, GPA and GWA have announced that effective June 1st, they will start cutting off service for non-payment of bills. GPA General Manager John Beneventi briefed the Consolidated Commission on Utilities on the plan Tuesday night. He says some 3,400 customers, or 7%, are delinquent. The past due billings amount to about $5.4 million, with about 4.6 more than 30 days old. To help out customers, GPA will automatically enroll them in a plan that spreads out the payments.
Even if we say on June 1st we're going to collect $2,000, it's not going to happen. It's a plan for failure in our thoughts. So what we want to do is just take all of everyone's what they owe, divide it by 12, so then the next month's bill, they pay the current bill plus that 1/12, no? So that, and that gives you some good average numbers that I think could be affordable or at least manageable.
The utility companies also pledged to support local and federal programs that can provide assistance to ratepayers with their past due bills. With regional headlines, here's KSPN 2 News.
Hafa Guam, here are the headlines for CNMI.
About 20 firefighters appeared before members of the House of Representatives on Friday, voicing out concerns on the COVID-19 vaccine. Sean De Los Reyes Kaipat spoke on their behalf.
We believe that it's still in its clinical stage, and we're not ready to take it until it has been approved by the FDA. We do not know what will happen within 5-10 years from now. We've been going through this. Of course, we're medical professionals also within our field, pre-hospital setting. We all know about drugs and medications and what it does to our patients.
Kaipat explained further that no one in their department has contracted the virus, despite being very exposed to those with it or even those who show symptoms. So why should they still take it?
Why do we need to get it when some of us opt out, yet we can still contract it, right? You get the vaccine, you contract it. You can still spread it. You don't get it, same thing. So where are we hurting here? Our families really support us. Our patients support us. Their family members support us. How much more will it take till our voices are heard? It's like people are just saying, oh, thank you for doing your job, but then when it comes to us voicing our concerns, we're unappreciated.
Back in February, a directive from Governor Torres mandated all employees of the executive branch of the CNMI government to receive the COVID-19 vaccination. The purpose stated in the memorandum was to safeguard the health and well-being of the entire community from the risk associated with COVID-19.
Each of us have our own duty and obligation, fiduciary duty. With the first responders, this again is an advice and consent from our Attorney General on what the governor's executive order has. This is not to punish anyone by any means. They are our first responders. They are there to protect us. We have vaccines available. It's only right that they do participate and to protect our community.
The administration provided medical and religious exemption accommodations for employees who cannot take the COVID-19 vaccine. It was stated also in the memorandum that if no reasonable accommodation is possible, the agency may exclude the employee from the workplace, which ultimately meant termination.
If you have medical issues, that's absolutely get a doctor's note that you will not be taking vaccine for medical reasons or a religious reason. But to arbitrarily say, I don't want to take it, is contrary to what the Attorney General's recommendation and the ability to be terminated.
The 23 firefighters have created an online petition seeking community support to allow them to express their right to choose without threat of termination. They will, however, continue to follow all strict protocols that will ensure the safety of our community by wearing proper PPEs and other safety measures. Reporting for KSPN News, I'm Sally Lemis.
For more news, visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2 News, I'm Ashley McDowell.
That's the news for now. We'll see you all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Peter. President Biden has approved a waiver for Guam of the 25% matching fund requirement for the Lost Wages Assistance Program. This will save GovGuam more than $11 million. The Guam Department of Labor has paid out nearly $35 million under the LWA, which provides unemployment claimants with an additional $300 per week for up to 6 weeks. GDOL launched the program in November, but said at the time that there was a risk that GovGuam might have to come up with the 25% match. The Republican Party of Guam is mourning the passing of its National Committee woman, Margaret McDonald Glover Metcalf. Metcalf was a businesswoman, wife, and mother. She also served as the director of the Washington office of the governor of Guam in former Governor Eddie Bozacalvo's administration. A Republican Party of Guam release states, quote, in her time in Washington, D.C., she led many initiatives that improved the lives of all of Guam's people, but especially the most vulnerable, the veterans, the war survivors, the youth, and our precious Menumco. We extend our sincerest condolences to her husband, Chris, and their 2 sons and families. Our island lost a staunch fighter and advocate. She will be deeply missed. Authorities say the shooter in the Boulder grocery store killings used a newly purchased AR-15 to kill 10 people, including a police officer. That has renewed calls for tougher gun laws in America, but as Natalie Brand reports, there is once again stiff opposition to any new gun control laws.
Vice President Kamala Harris stepped up calls by the White House for new gun safety laws during an interview with CBS This Morning.
This is not about getting rid of the Second Amendment. It's simply about saying we need reasonable gun safety laws. There is no reason why we have assault weapons on the streets of a civil society. They are weapons of war. They are designed to kill a lot of people quickly.
Tuesday, President Biden urged Congress to pass a new ban on assault weapons and to immediately take up measures already passed in the House. One would close the Charleston loophole, which allows the sale of a firearm to proceed if a background check is not completed within 3 days. The other would require background checks on nearly all gun purchases, including those involving private sellers.
I have committed to put legislation to expand background checks on the floor of the Senate. We will debate it. We will vote on it.
Vice President Harris would not rule out the possibility of President Biden using executive action to enact new gun measures, but said it's not his first choice.
I don't think the president is excluding that, but I want to be clear that if we really want something that is going to be lasting, we need to pass legislation.
Under current Senate rules, gun laws would need at least 60 votes to pass, which means winning Republican support.
Their target is on the law-abiding citizens. What actually works is targeting the bad guys.
Not every Senate Democrat is on board with the House-passed bills. West Virginia's Joe Manchin says he opposes requiring private sellers to perform background checks before selling their guns. Natalie Brand, CBS News, the White House.
3 people tested positive for COVID-19 out of 469 tests performed Tuesday. According to the Joint Information Center, 2 of the new cases reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. Just 1 person is hospitalized with the virus. To date, there have been a total of 7,789 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam since March 2020. There have been 134 deaths. There are 22 cases that are active, and there have been more than 7,600 recoveries. Today's CAR score remains at 0.1. So far, 73,473 doses of vaccines have been administered, with 42,562 people having received their first dose, and 30,911 people on Guam have been fully vaccinated. Independent Guahan will be holding its virtual General Assembly on Facebook Live today, starting at 5 p.m. The topic will be Fino Chamorro Karahaani, successful Chamorro language immersion models, and feature panelists Angelana Sablon, the president of the Chief Harao Academy, and Fauna Sans, who is a kindergarten Chamorro immersion teacher. Independent Guahan will also honor Anne Marie Arceo, or Sina Guinifi, the founder of Chief Harao Academy, for her decades of work around promoting and revitalizing the Chamorro language. Again, that's 5 p.m. on Facebook Live on Independent Guahan's Facebook page. And finally, today marks week 3 of GCC's Culinary Takeout, and this week students are featuring their most popular theme, Japanese cuisine. As in the past, the GCC class has a delicious menu prepared for both the lunch and dinner services. Each takeout order will include a set meal, dessert, and bottled water. Event times are lunch takeout, 11 a.m. to 12:30 in the afternoon, and dinner takeout is 4 to 5:30 p.m. at the Multi-Purpose Auditorium, Building 4000. No pre-orders will be accepted. And that's your news for now. Stay tuned for more on The Link after the break.
When we throw things away, where is away?
Cover Me Now, Mike, which is brought to you by Burger King, where you can get the BK Big Fish or the Impossible Whopper at all of your Burger King locations. And this morning's Cover Me, again, brought to you by Burger King, where they're proud to support the local music, is, who's it, Jay? Ray Santos. Yes. All right, it's Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. Right on. That was Ray Santos. Good stuff there, Jay.
Pretty awesome.
Okay, and you know what? I do have some good news about a good friend, because you guys remember a couple weeks ago, Kaz Endo joined us on right here on the link to talk about the GoFundMe campaign that he'd set up to help friend to one and all Patrick Palomo, a beloved pianist, but more importantly, a very, very proud Guamanian and a good humanitarian. Kaz actually shared a message with me and says, Patrick's cancer has not spread, and doctors feel they have a very strong handle on the condition. Just wanted everybody to know, certainly not out of the woods yet, but they were just worried about the amount of spread. So, all the money that was raised, I believe it was well over $52,000.
Right, yeah.
But the money certainly is going to help Patrick and his medical bills and, the expenses that he's incurring being out in California right now. But the power of prayer certainly is helping out. So good news about Patrick. So thank you all for your help.
Thank you, guys. Mike, GCC has dropped off today's lunchtime meal. You guys can get this over at the GCC Multipurpose Center at their Manilao campus. The theme for dinner and lunch is Japanese. So what do we have? Look at that, guys. What?
Okay, so here is this is the lunch takeout. It's futomaki sushi roll.
Futomaki sushi roll.
Chahan fried rice, yakisoba, Japanese potato salad,
More like yummy soba.
misoyaki chicken,
Miso yummy. Miso yummy. Miso yummy.
basa panko, and then the dessert.
Basa is a catfish. The panko is the breading that it's cooked in.
And then the dessert is a strawberry shortcake roll.
Shotgun.
With
That's
a
all
strawberry coulis on the top.
So for dinner, it's mayo chicken karagi.
Oh, that's good.
Misoyaki salmon. Steamed rice. California and spicy tuna roll. Japanese coleslaw with roasted sesame dressing. And then the dessert is Japanese crepes with strawberry compote.
$10, guys. $10.
You need to get there, early. There's no pre-orders.
Nothing.
It's $10.
And I am taking the strawberry shortcake back to my desk right now.
Right
Thank
on.
you very much.
First come, first serve.
Thank you, guys. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Mike V, you're getting the hang of it, bro. Good job, Jason. Our guys at Master Control, thank you. Hey, don't forget.
He didn't know what he signed up for.
Yeah. So Joser normally runs everything, and then Mike V. Joser's going to leave, so Mike V came in to kind of like train on it, and
It's controlled chaos.
basically Joser and I had like our nonverbal communication down, because I'm like, oh, let's take a break. Oh, look, a butterfly. So you got to be on your toes, and Mike is more of like he goes in with a plan. So thank you, Mike, so much.
I used to be that way until this show.
Yeah, then Bria was like, okay, you know what, forget it. It's 10 a.m. We're KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. Good job today, Jay.
Good job, guys.
Don't forget, we got your 6 with our prime time broadcast with the KUAM News team. It's 10 o'clock. Your go-to jam is coming up on The Breeze. Again, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios!
Bye.